Okay, we should be live for this week's live stream. For this week in tech news, I should have used a different... Okay, never mind. I guess I just put some other thumbnail in there. So... we are going to be talking about PlayStation State of Play, which actually took place a few hours ago, earlier today. And then we've got some games for the fall. And we have some tech news for Intel. As well, Intel actually didn't list that one, but we can talk about Intel a little bit here on the channel. And anything else, as always, for those who are new to the channel, or those who are tuning in for the first time, this YouTube channel goes live every Thursday evenings, North America time. Sometimes there is a weekend live stream, which is more gaming focused and less tech focused. And then if there is some specific hardware release or something that needs to be covered in depth, I will usually do a live stream and schedule that out in advance, with advance notice. So, with that being said, we have a lot to talk about. I don't know if I get through it all pretty quick. I might play some Dark Souls Remastered. I actually recently got Dark Souls Remastered. I never actually picked that game up until yesterday because it's on sale for like $20. I played the original one on the PlayStation 3, and I do have the Prepare to Die edition on PC, which runs at, like, it's kind of choppy, but anyway, that'll happen later in the stream if we have time. So, good evening, everybody. Hey, RK. So we've got a lot of stories to go over here. I don't know. Should I just do... Actually, did I already do this stuff in the game? Yeah, so I've already done my dailies. The only reason why I'm logged in is if time permits, I need to complete this thing within the next 3 days. So I kind of want to get this done. What is this? New content unlocked.
Regardless of the IP, thanks to you and Sushang, Arumali's success is nearly a done deal.
I think that's done. Wait, assist. Oh, attain. What am I supposed to do? Oh, 50. Oh, I gotta do this thing. Well, anyway, we will get into the news articles, I guess, now, sooner rather than later. So the first thing, let me bring up the news here. This is Intel's i9 14900KF 6 GHz CPU benchmarks leaked. Up to 20% faster than 7950X, 15% faster than 13900K. I don't know how true that is. That to me sounds... I mean, it could be, but this could also be an overclocked CPU. I don't see how the same core count can achieve... Oh, I see what they're doing. They're using the memory... Geekbench scales with memory, I guess? According to this. And then we've got 14900KF at 23,000 Geekbench. I wish they would show the Cinebench score, because the Geekbench score is kind of whatever. I don't know what that means. To me, the Geekbench doesn't mean anything, because I don't have a frame of reference for what this test actually does. When I think of Geekbench, I think of like smartphone benchmarking. I don't really think of like desktop benchmarking. So anyway, so State of Play happened. I kind of want to run through that real quick, but I don't know, maybe we'll wait for more viewers to tune in. Horizon Forbidden West PC version imminent according to Leaker. PlayStation games for PC, explore... Why does this look fake? Like, this looks... I don't know, that looks like... That's not how the characters actually look in the game. Explore a range of acclaimed titles from PlayStation Studios now available to enjoy on PC. Yeah, I really don't know why they show Geekbench. It's not really... It doesn't give me a good frame of reference of any of that. So Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition, Sony Interactive Asia region approved. Okay, well, whatever. That's interesting. So Raptor League lineup is leaked. So the entire Raptor, I mean, when I say Raptor League, I mean Raptor Lake refresh. So Raptor Lake refresh is leaked. The entire lineup has been leaked. And it looks like, if you look at the very bottom of the list, although I am kind of in the way, nothing really changed in terms of official DDR5 and DDR4 memory spec. So it's still, it looks like it's still 3200 is the maximum supported speed on DDR4. And then 5600 is the maximum supported speed on DDR5. So this goes back to what I was saying in a previous live stream when I was saying to everybody that if you want to know what a DDR5 equivalent is to DDR4, 3200 DDR4 is roughly equal to 5600 DDR5. So 3600 is more like DDR5 6000. So just keep that in mind if you're trying to figure out like what, like if you're on an AM4 platform, for example, if you have DDR4 today and you're thinking of upgrading soon, you have to make that jump to DDR5. Even if you're on Intel, like with Intel, you can stay on DDR4, but you're really losing out on the memory bandwidth. So you're basically doing yourself a disservice, because what I have seen I haven't benchmarked this myself. I have tested DDR4, but I have not tested DDR4 on Intel in a while. But newer games do take advantage of improved memory bandwidth. So you are kind of missing out if you're still on DDR4. If you're going to kneecap a CPU that has support for DDR5, you're basically hamstringing the performance if you're keeping it on DDR4. That's all I'm going to say about that. I know this because I have a DDR4 Z690 board and a DDR5 motherboard, and I've seen the difference. So, let's see. Well, actually, going back to this chart. So 125 watt TDP, 65 watt for the 14900. So that's the one that comes with a box cooler. And then they even show the steppings. That's interesting. They even leak the steppings. Okay. So, but nothing stands out. You know, like it looks exactly the same as the 13th generation in terms of the cache, in terms of the supported RAM speed, in terms of whether or not it supports ECC. Strangely enough, the 14900KF and the 14900F do not support ECC memory, whereas the others do for some reason. And then, I mean, the same goes for the i7s. And anything with an F in the name doesn't support the ECC memory. So that's a complete fail right there. So F is the fail SKU, so that means don't buy that one. Okay, moving on. Enoscene has a new 39-inch 1440p monitor. I really wish this would have been like ultra-wide. Well, okay, it is ultra-wide, but it would have been nice if this was like a higher resolution. Wait, the native 1440. Wait, it's a what? It's a curved, but it's a regular 1440p. Okay, never mind. This is trash. Never mind. Moving on. Nothing to see here. Move along. Okay. AMD Ryzen Threadripper Pro 7995WX and 7975WX specs have been leaked by Dell. A pair of Dell Precision workstations have been tested on SysSoftware Sandra Benchmark Suite. So it looks like there's a tower, the 7875 tower. So it's a Dell Precision. Lenovo has the Think Station. equivalent. So you can see that's the leak. And it shows a score of 2,570. For a second I thought it said 2 million. 2,570.28 GOPS 96C. I don't know what that means. Again, like I don't know what the significance of that score is. I don't know sys software official benchmark, so I don't really like. To me, this doesn't really mean anything. I can't determine anything useful from that. Average power 94 watts. So interesting. 96 cores, and it's using 96 watts of power. That's surprisingly low. I would have expected it to be a lot higher than that. So, interesting. Here's some more. Processor multimedia. Okay, this is the 32 core. So wait a minute. So this one did 2005 GOP. This is... I don't know what any of this means, but I don't know. It's Zen 4 based. So it's basically like... Remember how I said this year for Intel was the year of Alder Lake? I did say that, right? Or was last year the year of Alder Lake? Well, I guess last year was the year of Alder Lake. But this year was the year of Alder Lake in the data center. So this is the year that Sapphire Rapids launched, and we all know that's 12th gen based Alder Lake. So AMD is launching Zen 4 into the data center this year. So basically this is the year of Zen 4, and this is the year of 12th gen when it comes to enterprise products. When is the release date? So I don't really know. It doesn't really say, but I think in the leak that I saw, not in this article, but for Threadripper, I did see a leak talking about the very end of this year or first quarter next year for Threadripper Pro. Now, the only problem is this is Threadripper Pro. This is not regular Threadripper. So this is going to be like, this is insanely expensive. This stuff is not going to be for regular consumers. These are going to be, you know, $3,200 CPUs or more. So it's very impractical. It makes a 4090 look cheap by comparison. And the motherboards for this is going to be starting at like $600-700 minimum. You know, most of them are probably going to be like $1,000 motherboards. So, you know, it's not really for enthusiasts. It's basically overkill for enthusiasts. It's for professionals. Is basically what this is. Interesting stuff regardless, though. Okay, next leak. Power color. Oh, you'd get a better... I'd better get to... Yeah. 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 This is like... We're moving it... Like, every time we talk about Threadripper or whatever Intel's equivalent is, it's always like it's... The prices are just moving up, up to the point where it's like... I'm kind of unfazed by it at this point. Considering how many graphics cards I've purchased this year, I'm kind of desensitized to overpriced computer hardware now. So whenever I see like pricing for Threadripper Pro or Xeon, you know, it's like, whatever. You know, it supports ECC, it supports 8-channel memory. You know, it makes the regular desktops. It makes a 7950 X3D and a 13 equivalent, like, you know, lightweights. They're not even in the same weight class. They can't even compete. So anyway, power color registered. I don't know if this was by design on purpose or if this was an accident, but power color. Now, remember guys, I said a few months ago that the 7600 XT exists because the RX 7600 that launched back in June or May is not the fully unlocked die. So there is a larger chip out there for Navi 33. And now we're kind of seeing that in the wild. So power color registered a 7600 XT. Strangely enough, I don't know why there's 10 gigabyte and 12 gigabyte variants. To me, the 12 gigabyte graphics card is probably a 7600 700 non-XT. But if they're going to do it like this, then I guess it means that all they did was, like, disconnect, not wire some of the memory modules. So as a result, the bus gets reduced. That's really weird. How can they call that? See, that to me, if they do that, if there's two variants of the 7600 XT, that's going to be just as dumb as the time when NVIDIA had two variants of the RTX 4080. They had the real 4080 and the fake 4080. You know what I'm saying? Like basically 4070 Ti. So if AMD does that, that's just gonna look really bad. It won't be as noticeable because it's a much lower end part. So who knows? It's what I've noticed is this year both AMD and NVIDIA have done very stupid things with their product positioning in terms of how small the dies are. In the case of NVIDIA, the dies are really small, but they bumped them all up a whole tier, and they basically priced them even higher than the previous generation. So kind of annoying. The AMD ones, they kept the price pretty much the same for the most part. The dies got smaller, but then they put those MCDs on there for all the higher end parts, and it's kind of a wash at the end of the day. But at least it's not as annoying to keep track of knowing what a real, like what's a true, what's like a an 80-104 versus an 80-103 versus an 80-106, etc. All the sizes this time around are really, really small, so you're not getting a whole lot of horsepower for your memory, or for your money, I should say. So I expect 7600 XT will probably come out around like Thanksgiving, if I had to guess, or maybe December, who knows. It's in planning now, so that means it'll be like next quarter. So, and that will actually complete the entire roundup. Although it's kind of weird because it is strange that AMD launched a non-XT by itself. And then they went and launched two different numbered XTs together. They normally never do that. So this year has been a really weird launch for product launches. NVIDIA's launches were weird in the sense that they're charging more money for less hardware. And they moved everything up, but then, the naming doesn't make any sense because all of them are way more expensive. And then AMD basically, like, launched things kind of all over the map. Like, we got a budget card, then we got the cards that we have now, and they were together. They're not staggered, so it looks really weird. Because the problem with these AMD launches, I don't know if this was intended on purpose because of the type of dies that they have available to sell, but it is strange and uncharacteristic of AMD to launch two graphics cards together on the same day. Because they did this last year with the 7900 XTX and the 7900 XT, and everybody basically said that the XTX is really good, but it's expensive, and it makes the XT look like bad value because it's too close to it in price. It's $100 cheaper, but the other one's more than 15% faster. So it's kind of weird. And then they did the exact same thing with the 7800 XT and the 7700 XT. The two cards are only $50 apart in MSRP, but there is way more than like 5% of a difference in terms of the rasterization performance. So kind of a strange thing. I don't know why they didn't stagger these. If I were AMD, I would have never launched the 7700 XT right next to the 7800 XT. I just don't understand the objective. I don't understand what was the goal in doing that. Saturate the market now, I guess. I don't know. Like, they have to meet. I don't know what the reason was for that. I wouldn't have done it that way. It's really weird. Same thing with the 7900 XT. Because I really feel like if AMD staggered their launches the way NVIDIA did, I don't think the lower cost cards would have been criticized as heavily. Meaning, if the 7900 XT came out in you know, January or February instead of December, which was when the XTX came out, I don't think it would have been criticized so heavily. Same thing with the 7700 XT. But boy, did those two cards... Maybe they did it to make the higher-end cards... So a lot of people think it's upsell. Like AMD did it to upsell. And I can kind of understand the reason why it looks that way. But I don't know if there's another reason. Because it's really weird. AMD has always had strange launches. Like, do you guys remember when the RX 480 launched? And they actually they actually sold 8... They launched an 8GB card and a 4GB 480. And some of those 4GB 480s were actually physically 8GB 480s. There are literally pictures I remember seeing people post on Reddit of 4GB stickers being plastered over the 8GB label. And if you went into the BIOS and you flashed a 8GB BIOS on the 4GB card, you get an 8GB graphics card. So it was very bizarre. You know, like, why would you... Like, why sell a more expensive SKU as a lower priced SKU at launch? Weird stuff like that. Like, that's why some people, you know, like, AMD's launches are really, really interesting because they... I'm trying to think, like, what was the smoothest launch AMD ever had? It was probably the RDNA 2. When the 6000 series launched, it launched without a hitch. It was so good. The 6800 XT came out swinging. It was straight up on par with the 3080. In fact, it was actually slightly faster than it in rasterization when it launched. And then the 6900 XT came out a month later. Notice it came out a month later. They were staggered. And it was even faster, and it was right up there, like, close to the 3090. So, I kind of think the 6000 series was probably their smoothest launch, even though there were supply shortages and you couldn't buy one, and everything was overpriced. So, I guess, like, they still had a negative launch, but it was mostly, like, not their fault. So, hey, Sid. Yeah, so we're going over the tech news. So there is specification leaks for a 7600 XT, but that's nothing really new. I kind of knew that existed. I just didn't know. What's new to me is the fact that there's supposedly 2 different SKUs. I don't know why there needs to be 2 different SKUs. I don't know. Okay. Are you using an AMD Ryzen X3D CPU with 3D V-Cache? Yes, I'm using Zen 4, so I will vote. And it looks like almost 50% of the people who voted is on classic Ryzen. That's interesting. So anyway, Cyberpunk update. We talked about Threadripper Pro. Intel explains FPGA. Okay. Razer introduces this. All right, let's look at a different website. And then we're probably going to go through the state of gaming, because the state of gaming just aired a few hours ago. We need to go through that. You're guessing the reason they sold out? Hold on. Okay, no, this one's here. Okay. You're guessing that the reason they sold out is because of price, or what's the other variable? I think it's the price. You know, honestly, it's really weird. Like, I kind of think... We were talking about this last stream, because last week was the launch of this 7800 XT. But I was predicting a week ago on stream that when Gamers Nexus and everybody, you know, all the big YouTubers, when they do their end-of-year awards, kind of like the Game Awards, if they do the hardware awards at the end of the year, I really think the 7800 XT is going to win Best GPU of 2023. But what's weird is, like, you guys know how I am. I can debate, like, on the side of something, or I can actually play devil's advocate pretty well and show you how it's actually bad. See, most of what I have seen about the 7800 XT is positive. So I think it's gonna win best GPU of the year, probably best hardware introduced in 2023. Now, does it deserve that? Well, you got to compare it to everything else that launched this year. We're not gonna get any significant CPUs. You know, I don't think Threadripper Pro counts. That's not really something that the mainstream buys. So I don't really, even if Threadripper comes out in December, I don't see it winning any awards. Intel's 14th generation, we already know that is just a rehash. We were talking about it earlier. 14th generation, where is it? I thought I just saw it like a second ago. Raptor Lake, the whole 14th generation was leaked, and there's nothing really new here. Like, this is basically just someone copy-pasted the 13th generation, and they changed the very first column, and they changed column A and column B and D, and they literally, okay, and I guess the CPU ID, so column E, but then everything else is exactly the same as it was, with the one exception being the i7. The i7 14th generation is the only unique SKU because what they did was they added 4 E-cores. Congratulations, you get 4 more E-cores on the i7. So I can already tell, like, when 14th generation launches, all the comparisons, there's going to be a lot of videos focusing on the i7. No one's really going to care about the i9 because it's literally just a copy-pasted 13900. And then no one's going to care about the i5 for the exact same reason. It's literally just a 13600 with different lipstick. Now, what's different is the i7. The i7 actually has 12 E-cores, so that is physically a different SKU compared to the 13700. So that one's going to be the interesting one. But is it going to be a noticeable difference over the 13th generation? No, it's not. It's literally going to still be the same. Now, the biggest difference is going to be the multi-thread, because with those 4 efficiency cores, the i7 will have better multi-thread performance than the 13th generation i7. But other than that, you know, I guess the single thread will be a few percentages higher, probably like 2%, somewhere in the realm of anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3% possibly. But it's a refresh, so it can't be significantly better because it's literally the exact same architecture at its core. So it's not a new design, it's the same socket, it's the same everything, the same memory controller. As far as I'm concerned, I was actually disappointed to learn today that the 14th generation has the exact same memory controller that the 13th generation has. So it still caps out officially at 5600 megahertz on the DDR5. So I don't know. Kind of, it's not disappointing because they literally set expectations saying that it is a refresh. They're literally calling it Raptor Lake. They aren't even changing the name. So, you know, it's kind of a it's probably going to be a decent upgrade for anybody who is on some really old Skylake or some really old Ryzen from like 4 or 5 years ago. It'll definitely be a lot faster than those. But compared to current generation, like 13th generation to 14th generation, there's probably no incentive to upgrade unless the 14th generation has a significantly better memory controller and it uses less electricity. Those are the only selling points that I can see this thing having over an existing 13th generation. And same thing when it compares with AMD, because like if someone's going to evaluate 14th generation Intel to Zen 4, aka Ryzen 7000, you know, the 14th generation, obviously it's going to be faster because it's like the fastest Raptor Lake possible, versus like AMD's first generation DDR5 memory controller. So obviously I would expect, or I would hope, that the Raptor Lake one's faster. So AMD had them available for like an hour. Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you guys are talking about the The 7800 launch? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that thing is sold out everywhere. Like, I went to Newegg just a second ago, before the stream started, to look up if they had any in stock. So I did sold by Newegg and in stock. And literally, the only one that just popped up is the XFX Speedster Merc. So this one, it is now out of stock. Okay, it was in stock when I loaded the tab for the live stream, but as of now, as of like 30 minutes into the stream, it's now out of stock. So basically, all the 7800 XTs are constantly sold out. So yeah. It's interesting. Like I said earlier, I can prove why the 7800 XT is very, very good, but I can also prove to you why it's really, really not that good. You know, it's kind of like everybody's kind of tunnel visioned on it with rose-tinted glasses, but in reality, in my mind, I can, like, if I want to argue against the 7800 XT, I would say that the generational uplift compared to the 6800 XT leaves a lot to be desired. Does Micro Center have them in stock? No, they're completely sold out. Like, Micro Center has been sold out of 7800 XTs basically since last Friday. It's been almost... Well, actually, no, I take that back. Micro Center had a few ASRock Steel Legend XTs available up until, I think, the end of Saturday last week. And then it depends on which Micro Center you're checking. But in general, I think the last time I saw them in any of the Micro Centers was like Saturday last week. They were down to like one Red Devil limited edition in the local store where I go, and that thing sold out on Saturday. So they basically been out of them for a while. So very, very popular graphics card, and here is the reason why. You know what? The best way to do this is I can give you guys a pros and cons of the 7800 XT. Of course, it's going to be on the wrong color. RX 7800 XT. So, make this larger. Why is there... Oh, now delete that. Let's make this larger. Let's make this like 48 size font. And then we'll just go down here. 36. Alright, so pros and cons. Let's do the pros. Pros, well, whatever. Alright, number one. More energy efficient than RDNA 2. Alright, that's one. 16 gigabyte of VRAM. This is actually a really good selling point of it. It is very fast, or I guess, well, I don't know how else to say it. Very fast. I guess, no, let's reword that. Excellent rasterization for 1440p. So basically, this is like the best 1440p graphics card for the money. Like, you won't be able to find a better graphics card at the given price point for 1440p. So, excellent rasterization for 1440p. Best priced GPU of 2023. So it's probably going to be the best GPU of 2023, mainly because of these things. Now, if there's anything else you guys can think of, go ahead and list them. But I'm about to list the cons. I'm going to list like why this is not as great as people say it is. So I don't know why I decided to do a line like that, but whatever. Alright, let's do another line here. Now we'll do the cons. Alright. Because it's not perfect. So, number one, for the bad thing. Single digit digit performance uplift over 6800 XT. This is probably the largest con that sticks out in my mind when I think of this graphics card and when I think of how AMD did their marketing. There were not a lot of comparisons between the 7800 XT and the 6800 XT. They didn't show any comparisons. If you guys noticed, there was no comparison with the previous generation. Now, that's fine. Technically, that's okay. Because somebody who has last generation hardware typically will skip the next generation. It just doesn't really seem necessary to upgrade to the next generation. So it's okay. I mean, I can give them a pass on not showing the generational uplift because they don't have to do that. In fact, NVIDIA doesn't really do that either for a lot of their products. You know, they'll, like NVIDIA, like if you guys go back and look at like 4060, how the 4060 was marketed, the 4060 and the 4070, all the comparisons were with like RTX 2060 and GTX 1060, basically like much older GPUs. So it's not like AMD's the only one that did this. NVIDIA obviously did the exact same thing. So, but it's okay because not everybody needs to upgrade. In fact, I would say the vast majority of people don't need to upgrade to the next generation if they're on like the previous generation. So that's okay. But in general, objectively speaking, the performance uplift from the 6800 XT to the 7800 XT is not that great. So I want to point that out. However, some might argue that the AMD has not had a graphics card at this tier for more than like one generation. It's been a long time. Does that make sense? Like the last time AMD had an 800 series card besides the 6800 XT would have been way back with the RX 580, and the RX 580 was just a rebranded RX 480. So even in that scenario, there's not a very high generational uplift. So it's kind of hard to gauge that. So the other thing, the second negative is I lost my train of thought because I talked way too much about the single digit. I mean, that's the main thing. There's not a whole lot of negative things about this GPU, though. In general, it is a very good graphics card. So I guess the other thing is... And see, this is kind of what proves that a graphics card is very good. If you can't find a lot of negative things about it, then it is actually a very good part. So, you know, I don't really know. I forgot what I was going to say. Other than the fact that it's not... I guess we still have to wait. We still have to wait for FSR 3, but I mean, that you can't really tie that to the graphics card. So that's more of like an AMD-wide thing. So I can't really say that about the GPU itself. Most people would think just see new GPU priced well and has 16 gig and buy it. Yeah, a lot of people won't look... Yeah, exactly. A lot of people won't look at these sort of comparisons. But it is... Yeah, in general, it's actually pretty good for what it's meant to do. So I guess that's it then. I mean, that's the negative thing. I guess it's joules, or I guess power consumption is a little bit higher than NVIDIA. You know, it's like anywhere from like 20 to 50 watts, depending on the game. So it is not as energy efficient as NVIDIA, but again, that is the same for like all of AMD's cards, except for the RX 7600. You got to go way down to the lowest end model where their power consumption is pretty much the same. So it's the 4060 and the 7600, neither one of those cards use much power, so they're pretty much the same in most cases. And I think that might have to do with the 7600 doesn't use any chiplets. It's literally just a monolithic die. So that might be it. So in general, this is it. You know, like a lot of people, some people might think ray tracing, but in the reality is the 7800 XT is only 4% slower than the 4070 at ray tracing. And this is the reason why when I said in the last week with the reviews, and I was telling everybody, you know, like no one at this price point, at this performance class, nobody is really going to put a whole lot of weight into the RT performance because even the Nvidia cards are not that great at RT at this performance tier. You still have to you still have to leverage upscaling heavily if you want to use ray tracing. So that's for both of them. You think Anti-Lag Plus is artificially limited to RDNA 3? Seems like they could do it on older generations too. NVIDIA Reflex works all the way back to Maxwell series. Okay, a couple things about that statement. So, here's an interesting thing. So, anti-lag is older than Reflex. A lot of people don't know this, but AMD was actually the first one to launch anti-lag. Anti-lag came out first, NVIDIA copied them with Reflex. So you can fact check me, go back and look when anti-lag first came out. Now, you're talking about two different things. Anti-lag Plus is a newer version of that. So anti-lag Plus is more like Reflex Plus. So Reflex Plus was first, if you're comparing plus to plus. Reflex Plus was first over Anti-Lag Plus, because Anti-Lag Plus, like you just said, is coming out now. But Anti-Lag is the OG. That's the original feature. Reflex came later. So anyway, going back to that, so you're talking about apples and oranges. When you compare Reflex Plus, or if you're comparing Anti-Lag Plus with Reflex, you're basically comparing this with this. And that's not a valid comparison, because these are two different things. Because one, like, you're talking about like Gen 2 technology of something versus like Gen 1 technology of something else. So I just wanted to clear that up. So for those wondering, anti-lag is actually older than Reflex. This is something that AMD came out with first, but a lot of people don't know that. Just like a lot of people never knew that you had something like Shadowplay on AMD, because it's been there since like a super long time. So anyway, Anti-Lag Plus is artificially limited to RDNA 3. Well, does Reflex Plus work on... What does Reflex Plus work on? I think only... Wait, what? Does it have better Hyper RX features than the 1600 XT? I don't know if that's gonna be any different. I mean, the thing with AMD, like all their SDKs for the driver, all of them are kind of a general unified thing. So you turn them on and they either work for the older stuff or they don't. And if there's a lot of weird compatibility issues with the older generation, then they disable it for that hardware. Like they don't enable the flag in the driver to run that feature or make it exposed to the user if it detects, you know, an older GPU. And they do that because it's probably some kind of bugs or some issue with making it work on the older hardware. How much better at streaming? Wait, how much better at streaming live is 4070? 4070 is not better. I mean, at streaming. What are you talking about? They're the same. They both have AV1, so they're the same. Most people... You think okay, I answered that one. You live in North Cal. They still got a few XTs in stock at the Micro Center. Okay. Not in AV1, and definitely not in HEVC. Okay, so let me clear up the thing about the streaming, because it's clear that a lot of people don't understand how the streaming stuff works. So let's move this out of the way, I guess. Move this. I need. I guess we need to move this. I guess, you know what, guys? I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. I'm I'm gonna go ahead and delete this. I think we're pretty clear on what that is. All right. All right. So streaming, because a lot of people, when I hear people say, "What about streaming?" Like, okay, streaming. Why does this always end up so small? There. So to understand how streaming works, there are, I guess, 3 things. Well, I guess 4 things. So streaming 101, we're going to go over how streaming works. So you need a encoder. We'll start with the encoder because this is what everybody always talks about. The encoder. You go watch some video on YouTube, some guy's talking about the encoder, and then the most famous buzzword in the streaming world is AV1. AV1 this, AV1 that, AV1 Holy Grail. AV1 is the new messiah when it comes to streaming. All right, let's talk about what AV1 is. So though the naming designation is similar, the 6800 XT was from the same GPU as the 6800 XT. Yeah, actually that's a good point. Always read comments and news saying NVIDIA have been superior in streaming. Yeah, that's okay. So first there's the encoder. There's the encoder, there's the bitrate, but I guess we won't really talk too much about the bitrate because we're just going to talk about the encoder because your statement is clear to me that there's a lot of misunderstanding of what, like, why do people say NVIDIA is better and what exactly are they referring to. So there's different encoders. So the encoder type, let's just say the encoder type. So you can do something called AVC. AVC is an encoder. I think it stands for audio video codec. It's very old. This is ancient technology. This is early 2000s technology. Okay? Early 2000s technology. You might also hear people use the phrase H.264. H.264 is the technical term for AVC. If you're a video editor, you know exactly what I'm talking about because you've worked with AVC, especially if you've been in the industry for a while, considering how old this thing is. So you know what that is. So this is AVC H.264. So this is okay. We're gonna talk about hardware-based encoders. We're not gonna talk about software-based encoders. I guess we could go there, but we're talking about hardware-based encoders. So AVC is probably the most common, and it is also the oldest of them. Then there is HEVC. This, I believe, this was 2010s? I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it was a little bit older than that. Or maybe it was like 2015. Now I'm curious to know when this actually came out. HEVC, high efficiency video codec. Okay, so HEVC, I looked it up, was from 2013. So this is 2013 was when it was introduced. Actually, now that I have that, when was AVC introduced? Or I guess H.264. Yeah, advanced video coding. This was 2003. Okay, that's old. Alright, so this one was from 2003. And this one is from 2013. So there's literally a 10-year difference in this technology. Alright, this one is also known as H.265. High efficiency video coding, or codec, and advanced video codec. So you have an old one, and then you have a new one. Now, when it comes to live streaming, up until recently, you could only live stream to the internet using AVC. If you tried to stream to say, Twitch or Mixer or whatever the new one is, I forget the name. Everyone always mentions Kick, and then whatever. It doesn't really matter. Even YouTube, all of them. Like, you had to stream in AVC, because if you tried to stream in HEVC, they would basically, like, your stream would just be a black screen with nothing, because the ingest server on the server side in the data center, so on the receive side, they would not transcode your video, so they would not actually show it to the viewers. So we need to talk about the infrastructure, about how this actually works. So somebody has a computer. So let's use my very setup as an example. So this is my computer. You know, it has a Ryzen. Okay, why is this so big? Ryzen, not, well, who cares about the Ryzen? Okay, yeah, we'll just talk about the CPU. Ryzen 9 7950X. It has a Radeon RX 7900 XTX. So this is my computer. This is pushing this actual video feed up to the internet right now. And it goes to YouTube. So YouTube has their server. This is a server. I guess we'll just do a rack server. Actually, it has to be longer than that. Probably like this. So they have like a rack server or a blade server. Most likely these are a blade server, so I actually drew it wrong. It needs to be a big box, and then it has a bunch of blades in it for each server. You guys get the idea. This is supposed to be a physical blade server. For those that work in IT, you guys know what a blade server is versus a rack server, I hope. But anyway, you get an idea. So my video feed is going to YouTube. I am uploading to YouTube. So if you want to be a streamer, you have to have good upload on your internet. Who cares what your download is? Like, your download speed doesn't actually matter. Your upload speed actually matters. If you want to be a live streamer, if you want to watch people live stream, like how all the viewers are watching me right now, then your download speed actually matters. But if you want to stream and you want the video to look good, you have to have good upload. Otherwise, your stream is going to be buffering, it's going to be laggy for the viewers. It's just not going to look good. Or the image quality will be blocky and it will just not look good. So that's kind of the bandwidth, because you have the upload and then you have the download. So what YouTube does, we'll just say this is YouTube over here. YouTube has to take my video feed. Now I am streaming using HEVC. I'm actually using H.265. So I am pushing HEVC via the encoder on the 7900 XTX. I am not using my CPU to live stream. I am using my GPU's AMF encoder built into the graphics card to actually encode the video in H.265, aka HEVC. I'm not using AVC. I haven't used AVC since last year. I stopped using AVC almost a year ago. How much for bare minimum 1080p? Probably 6 megabits per second for 1080p. If you want a 1080p stream to look good, at the bare minimum, 6 Mbps is the minimum. Otherwise, you need to stream at a lower resolution, because it depends on the game that you're streaming too. But if you're not streaming at 6 megabits per second, your stream is going to look choppy when there's a lot of stuff going on the screen. Like if there's a lot of like pixels moving and updating, there's a lot of high motion video happening, you're going to need a high bit rate. Otherwise, this is not going to look good. Like if you're just streaming like Baldur's Gate or some like RTS game, or, well, I mean, RTS does have a lot of stuff. But if you're streaming a game where there's a lot of static images, it's not going to look that good. So I'll give you guys an example. So let me show you now how it actually looks. So this is a game running at 1440... No, actually I take that back. This is a game that is running at 4K resolution. So as you can see here, we're running the game at 3840 by 2160 maxed out. Now this game is not super hard to run. It even has permanent 60 FPS cap that you cannot exceed because this is a live service gacha game, so you can't actually exceed 60 frames per second. But anyway, the video feed is 60 frames per second to YouTube. However, the native resolution that I'm playing the game at and my monitor is 4K resolution. Now, what I'm having to do to upload to the internet and not basically like destroy my upload is I have to downscale the stream to 1440p. So my live stream is a 1440p. Like if you guys are watching this on a desktop or a laptop, if you go and look in the browser right now, you'll notice that the highest resolution option available is 1440p 60 frames per second. So we're able to pull that off with a Radeon 7900 XTX, and this is the image quality that you get on an AMD Radeon. So all that stuff about NVIDIA being better, I understand, we're going to get into why people say that, but if we're comparing them strictly on modern codecs and streaming to YouTube, they're basically the same. There's no difference in terms of the image quality. It's more so about your sustained bitrate, your upload speed, and the actual codec that you're actually using. If you're using a modern codec, then the video quality will look really good. Now, if we're going to talk about there's one thing that I haven't talked about yet, which I need to describe here, and that's going to be the YouTube side. So what YouTube does with the live stream. So I am pushing 1440p 60 FPS to the internet, to YouTube server. This is my, what's called the source video stream. This is the source video stream that I'm pushing to the internet, or pushing to YouTube server. Now, what YouTube is going to do, YouTube is going to take my video, which is encoded in real time from my AMD graphics card via HEVC, and it's going to re-encode that. This is called a transcode. To transcode something means to take one input and convert it into another output. Input A becomes output B. That is the art of transcoding something. So we're going to re-encode the video into something else. Now what YouTube does, and the reason why YouTube does this, is to make the video more bandwidth efficient on the downstream side to the viewers. This is specifically necessary for people who are watching a live stream on a mobile device, like a smartphone, a tablet, any kind of battery-operated device, and also just to get more bandwidth efficiency. Because if you live in an area where you have data caps on your internet plan, you don't want to be watching a video stream for hours at 20 gigabit or 20 Mbps or 10 Mbps. You want to get it as low as possible without sacrificing the video feed. So what YouTube does is they transcode the video into different outputs, different resolutions. So they will do one at, I think, 360p. They will transcode another one to another output of 480p. So these are to give viewers different options to watch the video. So then they will transcode to 720p, 1080p, and then they will also offer the source feed for those who actually have the bandwidth available to watch the source feed. So as you can see, I have a 360p, a 480p, a 720p, a 1080p option, and a source 1440p option on my live stream. So, and I am doing, this has nothing to do with me. This is something that YouTube does for the viewers watching the stream. This is called transcoding the video. And what you guys will notice is, if you guys are watching my video, remember I said earlier that I am streaming to YouTube in HEVC, which is H.265. But you guys, the viewers, are watching my stream in VP09. So the transcode output video is done in a different codec than what the original was. So you guys are watching via VP09 or AVC, but in my case, you guys should be watching in VP09. If you guys want to know what you're watching the stream in, you can simply right-click on the video window and click on, I think it's called Stats for Nerds. Click on Stats for Nerds, and if you see VP09, it means you're watching in the best quality, because VP09 is far more bandwidth and energy efficient at viewing content online than the old AVC. So, hope that explains this. So, going back to the whole thing about NVIDIA and AMD, if you're watching a stream and it's VP09 encoded, then it's basically the same regardless of which, who's doing the encoding at the source. Now, there is a difference in perceived visual quality if you're using AVC, but the viewers should be watching in VP09, and I am streaming at a source feed in HEVC. So nowhere in this equation is AVC a part of this, unless YouTube for some reason decides to retranscode the video to AVC, but that still doesn't matter because the source feed is HEVC. So the source code is always going, or the source video feed is always going to be very high quality. So where does this, I guess, so that is basically how it works in terms of the technology. Now, the next question is, where does AV1 come into play, and why is AV1 so like a huge buzzword? Everybody's saying, oh, AV1 this, AV1 that, AV1 is so good. Like, everyone, oh, does it have AV1? Does it have AV1? Okay, so let's talk about AV1. AV1 is nothing more than it's just another codec, another way to encode the video. AV1 is the newest one. In fact, I think AV1 has been around since 2019. I don't think it's like super new anymore. AV1, let's see. Initial release was March of 2018. Then there was an errata, so January 2019. So January 2019 is actually, well, that's the latest release. So we'll just say 2018. Okay, we'll go with that. That sounds good. So AV1 was 2018. This does not have an H.265 or H.264 because this is its own thing. This is made by Open, I believe, Alliance. It's the Alliance of Open Media or something like that. Alliance of Open Media Forum or something. AO Media. Alliance, I was right. Alliance for, not Alliance of. Alliance for Open Media. We'll just abbreviate it as AO Media. Alright, so this is a strategic alliance that started with the whole idea of making the licensing to use this codec freely available to anybody who wanted to develop a software application for either media playback or for video editing. So that is basically what AV1 is. It is nothing more than a newer one of these, but the licensing is different because the licensing for AVC and HEVC are basically based on a consortium of various companies that came together and have their own licensing terms to be able to use the codec or the encoder. So that's essentially what it is. So if you are streaming in AV1, from my own visual tests, AV1 is very similar to HEVC in terms of visual quality. There's very few differences. I think I did a test and the difference was AV1's file size is ever so slightly smaller than HEVC, but it's kind of negligible But compared to AVC, both of them are significantly better. As you can imagine in terms of how old AVC is. And AV1 is on both recent NVIDIA. Okay, so here's what you need if you want AV1. If you want access to AV1, there is specific hardware that has that. Not every GPU has this encoder. So, AMD Radeon RX 7000 series includes AV1. So any AMD 7000 series graphics cards, so 7900 XTX, 7900 XT, 7800 XT, which just launched last week, 7700 XT, 7600, even that low-cost one, all of them have AV1. For NVIDIA, RTX 40 series only. You must have a 40 series GPU. 30 series does not have AV1, just like RX 6000. So these have the encoder. Intel Arc A700 and A300 series, those have it as well. Basically, any Intel graphics card, any Intel discrete graphics card, as of now, has AV1 encoding. NVIDIA has it in the 40 series, and AMD has it in the 7000 series. So basically, the conclusion is, the TLDR, is AV1 is nothing more than a glorified HEVC with open licensing, essentially. And it's only available on the latest generation graphics cards. You cannot get this, you don't have this if you have an older, like if you have RDNA 2, you don't have it. If you have RTX 30 series or 20 or whatever, all the older ones, you don't have it. And Intel, obviously, you know, they only have, you know, like the A380 and the A770 and A750. They don't have like a handful of graphics cards, but they all have it. So that's essentially how it works. In terms of visual quality, like I said, HEVC and AV1 are superior to AVC. So basically, now let's talk about, I guess, is everybody clear on why the statement about NVIDIA is kind of pointless at this point? Or do we need to go into that more? I can give you guys more background on that. Because the whole thing about, oh, NVIDIA's better for streaming, that only applies in the case of AVC. And we can go into more depth as to why that is. But NVIDIA, so let's put it another way. For AVC, NVIDIA's NVENC, yeah. AV1 is about to do. Okay, for NVIDIA's NVENC, or NVIDIA's NVENC is better. For AVC, remember what I said, for AVC, only AVC is NVIDIA better. If you use a newer codec, it's not better. Okay? So that's the reason why people bring up NVIDIA, because they're only looking at it from the ancient 2003 based technology called AVC or H.264. Okay? That is why it always comes up in discussion. That's where the talking point always originates. But like I said, if you're using a modern codec, you get better looking video regardless, which is why all the Twitch streamers want a video only. Well, yes and no. See, here's the thing though. There's a thing about that also, Nero. So, if you are a Twitch partner, it doesn't matter, because if you're a Twitch partner, you get higher bandwidth. So, when I said earlier, somebody asked earlier, what was the minimum bit rate for 1080p? So here's the thing. There is a kind of a hierarchy in terms of what determines visual quality. The bit rate matters way, way more than the actual codec. Meaning, if you are a Twitch partner, like if let's say you're a big streamer, like let's just use Asmongold as an example, because he's a really large one and a lot of people are familiar with him. So Asmongold can push whatever bandwidth upload he wants, or his ISP can support for him to do. So he can be on any encoder, and he can make all of them look identical because he can push enough bandwidth. He can run his upload at a high enough data rate that all three of those encoders end up looking exactly the same. In fact, if you're on NVIDIA, AMD, or Intel, at high bitrate, it doesn't even matter if you're using AVC. If the bitrate is high enough, the visual quality will end up looking the same. So again, all these talking points for NVIDIA when it comes to AVC are in the specific use case of using AVC while also streaming at a low bitrate. And here's the reality. The vast majority of live streamers on Twitch, or I guess let's put it another way, the vast majority of people who aspire, not people who are already big, I'm talking about people who are non-partnered. They are not partnered with Twitch. They might be a Twitch affiliate, but I'm not sure the policy on Twitch affiliate in terms of how much they're allowed to upload. But if you're basically just a Twitch user and you want to like start live streaming, the highest you can do is 6 megabits per second. And in that scenario, NVIDIA with AVC will look better than AMD and Intel in high motion video. At 6 megabits, 1080p resolution, NVIDIA will look better with AVC. So the caveat again is that we're talking AVC. And why this is a talking point is because Twitch only supports AVC as of right now. However, they are moving to like starting an open beta for AV1 in the near future. So I don't know exactly what the timeline is on that, because YouTube rolled out AV1 live streaming, and YouTube has had HEVC live stream for a long time. I don't know why Twitch didn't just roll out HEVC, because why subject everybody to ancient 2003 technology? Like, I have no idea. So I assume it has something to do with licensing. You did see the okay, cool. RDNA 1 and up has HEVC. Actually, HEVC is even on GCN. GCN is Radeon 7 has HEVC, and I think Vega 64 and 56 also have HEVC. Why would you use 2003 technology though? That's what they're using. That's, you know, you ask Twitch, like you ask them. I assume it has to do with the licensing. But hey, if YouTube can do it, why can't Twitch do it? All right, does 30 series have? Yes, 30 series has HEVC. So here's another thing, guys. I want to point out one thing. All the videos that you guys see on my channel that are showing gameplay footage, that is encoded using HEVC. I don't normally use AV... Well, okay. Actually, I take that back. So, I'll give you guys an example. So, the Starfield video that I did... Or, I'm doing kind of a mini-series of Starfield on my YouTube channel right now. So, every day, I'm uploading, like, a new kind of configuration. So, like, today, for example, I showed an RX 6950 XT running Starfield at 1440p Ultra. I tested the Ultra preset and with FSR, and then I also tested the native resolution, so 100% resolution scaling. So that video, the way I made that video is I recorded the video in HEVC, and the reason why I did that is because my OBS is set up for HEVC. I don't bother to change it, because every time I change it to AV1, I have to redo all my bitrate and everything. It's really annoying. Because every time I change my GPU between AMD and NVIDIA, it always, OBS always, freaks out about what I have it set for. So I just leave it on HEVC. The reason why I leave it on HEVC is because if I go in and I test, for example, 6950 XT, 6950 XT does not have AV1. So when I use OBS, I will capture the video encoding in HEVC. Then in DaVinci Resolve, when I do the post-edit, I will edit it, and then I will export the video and render it in, again, HEVC. Then YouTube will retranscode to VP09, and that's what you guys get to see. So you guys get to see the compressed version from YouTube in VP09. Okay, I would do AV1. In fact, I did do AV1 for, if you guys go back and watch my 7900 XTX video, that one was AV1. The 4090 was AV1, and I think everything else was HEVC. Because as soon as I swapped to an older GPU that didn't have AV1, I was stuck on HEVC. So I basically was like, okay, from now on, everything is going to be HEVC because I don't have to keep messing with my OBS settings. Okay, you tested 1440p Ultra, native res on 6900 XT, and that. And okay, yeah, I think I remember you were telling me that. Is it really that noticeable from NVIDIA versus AMD for AVC? Sid, it is noticeable if you go way down. Okay, so meaning if you go way down in the bitrate, NVIDIA does look better. So here, let me show you guys the cutoff point. Because here's what no one will ever tell you. No one will ever tell you the cutoff bitrate for a given resolution. So here's what I'm gonna say: for 1080p live streaming. For 1080p live streaming, once you get to like 8 Mbps or greater, AMD equals NVIDIA for HEVC. In fact, we probably need to delete some of this stuff. There's like way too much stuff on the screen. What do you guys think? What do you guys want me to delete? You want me to delete the transcode here, or you want me to delete this stuff up here? I guess we'll just delete this stuff up here because I need the space. We'll just delete all this streaming 101 or move it somewhere else. I guess move it over here. Move that over there. Delete this stuff. Yeah, let's just do this. Okay. What was I gonna do? Okay. Once you go beyond 8 Mbps for live streaming, and again, I have to always specify with AVC, not AV1, not HEVC. Because here's the thing, you want to know who has the best HEVC encoder? AMD has the best HEVC encoder. And I can go into detail as to why. So here's, I guess let me write that down too. Because a lot of people don't know that either. And then nobody ever talks about this, and it's because Twitch is only AVC exclusive. But here's kind of a hierarchy. For AVC, NVIDIA has the best encoder for AVC. Up to, actually, you know what? I guess I could wrote it a different way. We can probably put it over here. Up to 8 Mbps. Up to 8 Mbps. For HEVC, AMD has the best encoder, but up to like 15 Mbps or 16, somewhere it's like a higher number or something. Actually, no, it's lower. It's actually way lower. It's like 7 or 9. It's about the same. Usually, I'll just say 7, because the thing is, once you get up to this, like once you're up at like 8 Mbps or 7 Mbps, your video quality, your image clarity starts looking significantly better. And here's the thing, this is the reason why I don't like Twitch. I really don't like Twitch. The reason why Twitch is a massive uphill battle for someone who's trying to become a live streamer is because Twitch, like, the maximum you can do is what, 6 Mbps? Unless they change it, you can do 8. Basically, what Twitch does is Twitch sets the maximum for a non-partner right below where the visual quality starts to really take off. Do you know what that means? That means Twitch is literally kneecapping anyone who is trying to become a big Twitch streamer, or they're making it significantly harder for them, because all the big partners like Asmongold, all the big guys, you know, they have unlimited upload in terms of like what Twitch accepts. So if Asmongold wanted to push like 50 Mbps and stream it like 4K 60 FPS, he could literally do that and they would accept that on their server side. But if some, you know, low follower, you know, low sub count, like non-partner Twitch account tries to like stream at a high bitrate, they'll basically deny it. They'll basically like stop it. So, but you gotta understand, there's reasons why they do this. So some people, you know, like people with the tinfoil hats will be like, oh, you know, Twitch is just trying to empower their existing, you know, status quo and not let anybody else break out and become popular. So people who play devil's advocate would see it that way. But from Twitch's point of view, they think that, or their reason for kneecapping everybody else who's not a partner is because they don't want like everybody to try to push like 50 Mbps to their server. You know, like they're just gonna crash their ingest server with too much bandwidth coming in. That's their argument why they don't allow that. But the funny thing is, like, YouTube actually allows, like, as far as I can tell, YouTube allows like up to 50 Mbps, maybe even more. So YouTube is like miles ahead of Twitch when it comes to their server infrastructure. I don't know why Twitch is so ancient, like using 2003 technology. They don't have any other codec. They kneecap you at like 6 Mbps, so your video quality can't really look that good no matter what, even with NVIDIA. So it's like, you know, kind of lame, to be honest. So anyway, for HEVC, AMD has the best encoder type. Now the reason why this is true is because of, let's just abbreviate it, because Apple Mac. It's because of Apple Mac. So if you guys go look at the professional workstations from Apple, those like $6,000 or $7,000 desktop PCs, those all have Radeon cards in them, and they're all optimized for HEVC because Apple utilizes a technology on their server side called, what is it? It's like Apple TV. For Apple TV, Apple uses something called HLS. HLS is the technology that Apple uses to broadcast their video feed to people watching. It's very good for a multitude of devices watching streams. So that is the reason why HEVC on AMD is so good, because Apple basically like has been working with Radeon for years, ever since they like kicked NVIDIA out, and that's why HEVC is so optimized on Radeon. So, and it's way newer, so I mean, it should be better than AVC. Twitch should be on AWS. It is on AWS, so I don't understand the problem. You bring up a really good point, Nero. Twitch is owned by Amazon, and they are hosted in AWS data centers, and we all know it's not like AWS doesn't have enough space. So I don't really know what the deal is there. Okay. And then for AV1, AMD equals NVIDIA equals Intel. As far as I can tell, they're basically all the same. So AV1 is the great equalizer. There's really no, there's no difference. I have tested literally all three of them. One of the reasons why I have the 4090 is so I could actually look at AV1 on NVIDIA. Up until I had the 4090, all my AV1 content was based off of the 7900 XTX and Intel's A770. So in my own test, like Intel's AV1 and AMD's AV1 are basically identical. And then now with the 4090, I run the exact same test with the 4090, and lo and behold, it's identical to Intel and AMD. So AV1 is the great equalizer, meaning as soon as Twitch and other stream media sites switch over to AV1, that opens the floodgates, and basically, like, it doesn't even really matter, like, which one of these you use. Intel for best priced AV1. Maybe, but you can get a 7600 from AMD, and that's sub 300. But yeah, like A770, if you want like 16 gigabytes, there's really nothing better than that. But yeah, if you want to get like I guess like a 380, right? Like an Intel A380 as a encoder card. I actually thought about getting one of those, but the only problem is Intel or none of the AIBs sell like a flat, a single slot GPU, A380. Same thing with AMD 7600, but I think the 7600 is a little bit more higher end than that, so 7800 XT is also good for a $500 AV1. Yeah, so basically, yeah, 7800. I mean, yeah, like basically all of the current generation hardware has AV1 encode. So the franchise esports Switch looks way better than a normal. What? What does that mean? That makes a lot of sense. The franchise esports Twitch looks way better than that normal. Yeah. Exactly. Because Twitch is using way like, okay, do you guys realize? Let me tell you guys a little secret. About League of Legends Worlds. So something that you guys don't know, because I know this. Well, I'm not gonna say why I know this, but League of Legends. You guys know League of Legends Worlds? Are you guys familiar with the World Tournament for League of Legends that happens, like... I think they had one a few months ago. Worlds, do you guys know what Worlds is uploading to Twitch in? Guess... Okay, here's the thing, guys. Guess what the broadcast for League of Legends Worlds... Oh, yes, you do? Wait, no, what? The ARC A770 or RX 7600 are more than enough for both of those games. Yes. Okay, so what is the upload? So when League of Legends Worlds is being broadcast to Twitch, what is the bit rate that they're pushing to Twitch? Not what the viewers are seeing. Not the transcode. The actual like upload bandwidth from Riot Games to the internet. Like, what is that bitrate? Worlds happens October. Okay, so yeah, that's coming up soon, actually. So let's see, guys, try to guess the bitrate that Worlds streams at. While you guys go do that, I'm gonna go get some more water because I ran out of water. My throat's getting really, really dry. Okay. Alright, so people are saying 100 megabits. Sid says 100 megabit per second. Matt says 6. RK says 42. That's a very random number. That's like a random number. That's like I'm thinking of a number of 1 to 50. Guess what it is. Or also, I think Twitch has a special partnership with Twitch. Oh, yeah, of course they do. But here's the thing though. Like any Twitch partner can stream at whatever upload they can supply. Like they're not capped by Twitch. So it's somewhere around like 75. So Sid was kind of close at like 100. But the last I heard, it's like somewhere around, and I know it was some number between 50 and 100, although I think they actually do more than 100 now. But the thing is, like, once you go over 50, so if the stream is in 1080p as the source, once you hit 50 Mbps, like, you don't, like, you reach diminishing returns. Meaning, if you go beyond 50 megabits per second for a live stream, you're starting to get into placebo territory in terms of visual quality. So it's almost looking like you're actually there in terms of clarity. And if you go way beyond it, like in this case, League Worlds is like around 75 Mbps. Like at that line rate, the amount of visual artifacts is vastly reduced. However, you also can have those hiccups on the viewer side. So you can still see like tiling or whatever on the actual viewer watching the transcode. Meaning it has nothing to do with Riot's upload. The problem is actually from Twitch to the user. Because you guys remember, as I show in my diagram here, you know, I have... actually, we don't need the League Worlds anymore. But I have an upload, so I am pushing to YouTube, right, in HEVC. But you guys are watching me from YouTube's actual transcode. So if there's a hiccup somewhere along this path, you know, between YouTube and the viewer, you know, that has nothing to do with me. Like, a couple of people in the past, sometimes like they'll be buffering or something, and if it's not on my end, if I don't see any dropped frames, if my internet doesn't indicate that it's down, you know, then it's obviously on the viewer's end. So, good internet as long as you stay in the country. Also, Worlds this year is held in South Korea, so you know they got the good internet. Yeah, well, I know, but what I'm saying is the upload there's an area of diminishing returns. Once you go up beyond 50 megabits per second, you really need to increase the resolution to 1440p or 4K even for the video feed. Like for the source to actually look better. So you can't just stream at 1080p at, you know, like 100 Mbps, because it's gonna hit, like the difference between 1080p at 100 Mbps versus 1080p at 75 Mbps is virtually nothing between the two, right? Like you can't really tell the difference at that bitrate because the bitrate's so high for that resolution. So the resolution becomes the bottleneck at that point. Okay. So yeah, Twitch really needs to improve their infrastructure in general, because the fact that they're still on AVC, like, do you guys realize Twitch is using something from 2003? They're literally using something that is from like 20 years ago. Like really 20 years ago? 20-year technology is considered ancient technology at the speed at which technology changes. So anyway, I hope that answers that question. So that's the reason why you will hear people mention NVIDIA, because it's almost always in the context of Twitch streaming, and it's always in the context of a non-partnered Twitch streamer. Not a viewer, because the viewer doesn't matter. But you have to be streaming, and if you're not a partner, you're capped at like 6 Mbps, and at 6 Mbps, you know, you're below the threshold, so NVIDIA has the best encoder for that use case. So that's the reason, that's where that discussion point always comes up. It's always in the context of Twitch. It's always in the context of low bitrate live streams. Because honestly, 6 Mbps is not good enough for a Apex Legends or a PUBG or a Call of Duty. It's not good enough. Like, go look at, like, video footage of people with NVIDIA graphics cards at 6 Mbps, and you're still going to see compression artifacts. But can you tell what's happening on screen? Yes. Does it look clear enough? Yes. But could it look a lot better? Yes, it can. But it needs more bitrate to do that. So it's like I said earlier. Somebody asked me, what is kind of the minimum for 1080p? I said 6 Mbps. Well, I kind of think 8. Personally, I think 8. I think 6 is still a little bit too low, because if you want to stream a game like Armored Core or you know, any kind of fast action game like Elden Ring, a game with a lot of pixels that have a lot of like diverse tessellation, so to speak, like 3D graphics with a lot of high motion video, it's still gonna look pretty amateur, quite frankly, if you're streaming at 6 Mbps. It doesn't even matter what graphics card you're using. In my mind, 1080p, 6 Mbps is a little bit on the low side. It's kind of like the bare minimum. It will look okay for games that don't have a lot of movement, like puzzle games or something. But, you know, like an action game, no, it's not enough. It's not enough. Not for 1080p. For 720p, it's fine, though. So, that's the thing. Like, I tell people, like, if somebody wants to stream on Twitch, and you're not partnered, do yourself a favor and stream at 720p. Like, trust me, 720p at 6 Mbps will look so much better than 1080p at the same bitrate. So, like a 720p 60 FPS at 6 Mbps is equal to like a 1080p at like 12 or 13 Mbps or some ridiculously high number. So, just to give you guys an idea. Why do I know this? Because I used to actually stream on Twitch a long time ago. And I've done all these tests before. I've done all this stuff. So I'm speaking 100% from experience. Kick, I think, is Amazon IVS. Where does that stand? What's Amazon IVS? You mean like their own thing? I don't even know what that is, dude. Like, I've never heard of IVS. Is that like Amazon IVS? I don't know what that is. Is that their own codec? Oh, Amazon Interactive Video Service? Easily customize and enhance audience experience through... Oh, that's a player. That's not a codec. That's a playback. That's a playback container. That's different. I think that's different. Amazon IVS is a managed live stream and interactive video. What is this? I don't know what this... You know what? I have a feeling that Amazon IVS is just using AV1. I bet this thing is using AV1 at its core. They're just not saying it. As far as I know, this is some kind of service. That's not a codec. It's probably using AV1 though. I wouldn't be surprised if it's using AV1. Because if they're talking about like the quality and stuff, then it's got to be either HEVC or AV1. And knowing how Twitch has never rolled out HEVC, it's probably AV1. So, yeah. Why it's not on Twitch, I don't know. Let me see. Let me just do like a quick Twitch to support AV1. Like, is that gonna happen? There's just a bunch of like posts talking about support. Twitch claims to be looking beyond AV1. I don't know. They shouldn't. If they're gonna try to invent their own thing, I really don't think they should, because first of all, none of the existing graphics cards are gonna support that, unless it's some derivative of AV1 or some like fork of it or something. I don't know. Like that doesn't make any sense. Something lower than 1080p is 963p, or you know. 6000 bitrate looks better for lower resolution. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Also, notice some streams have 936 to they're trying to get better image quality, Sid. That's the whole reason why they're doing that. They're doing that because they know that their 1080p stream doesn't look good, so they're streaming at a lower resolution, which is totally fine. The reason why I would discourage that, I don't recommend streaming at non-standard resolutions like 936p or any of those intermediary ones, because it's not a standard. So if you, like for example, if the streamer who streamed the video footage at 936p, if they wanted to archive that footage or do something in terms of like editing it in post-processing software like DaVinci Resolve or Adobe Premiere or Final Cut Pro or whatever it is, if they wanted to do that, those video editors might not play nicely with a non-standard source resolution. Like, they typically want a 1080p, a 720p, 480, or 4K, or even 1440. They don't want some random number like 1123p, or 1234p, or 936p, or lies of p. They don't want any of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want standard stuff, because if you try to re-encode a video that's not a standard that the editor software supports, it could create some issues with that final edited video. So that's why I don't recommend these random, like, non-standard resolutions. Like, if it was me, if I was trying to stream to Twitch again today, I would be doing 720p 60 at 6 Mbps until I hit partner status with Twitch, or at least affiliate, or some other, like, you know, segment where I hit a certain threshold, and then I unlock, you know, higher upload capacity or whatever, something like that. Kick seems to be a not good name choice because of Kick, or is that on purpose? I don't know. I don't really know much about Kick myself, so I've never actually used that. So what else did I want to talk about on this stream? Oh, State of Play. I think that's the only thing left. I'm going through my checklist here. Oh, the Switch 2. The Switch 2 could definitely benefit from AV1, though. Like, if that's going to have, like, a browser or something. PlayStation State of Play. Oh, one thing I gotta mention, let's talk about the older graphics cards, because that was something that there's some kind of a lack of understanding, I guess, in terms of the public about what the old graphics cards could do. What the old graphics cards support. I don't know what to do with this stuff. I guess delete it. Okay. Alright, so let's discuss the old graphics cards. So RX 6000 series, RTX 30 series, both of these support both of them support AV1 decoding. Decode. They can decode AV1. They cannot encode AV1. So, what does that mean? That means if you have a native video file on your computer that was encoded in AV1, if you have a Radeon 6000 series GPU or a GeForce 30 series GPU, you can play back that video in a media player or the browser in AV1, and it will work without any issues. It'll just do it straight off of the media engine on the GPU with hardware acceleration. Now, if you have an older graphics card like Vega 64 or the GTX 1080 or whatever, GTX 970, some older ancient thing from 10 years ago, 15 years ago, whatever. If you have one of those and you try to play an AV1 video, if you try to play back an AV1 video on YouTube, two things could happen. One is, it depends on how the browser determines what to do. So if you're on Chrome or Firefox, I think what YouTube will do is, if you're on, let's say you're on like an old GPU, like a GTX 1080, it doesn't have the ability to decode AV1. If you try to watch a video on YouTube in AV1, the browser will check, it'll do an API call, what type of video processor is on here. And it's like, oh, it's, NVENC generation whatever. This is too old. I cannot do this. He cannot watch this, or she cannot watch this video. So therefore, it will default you back to AVC, or it will decode it on the CPU. It'll use the CPU to do it, and if the CPU does it, your entire system, especially if on a laptop, is going to get bogged down horribly trying to play back that AV1 video. So that is the reason why, everybody, like all these media people, will all talk about AV1 is the, it's the second coming of video media as we know it. Well, the thing is, yes and no. There's going to be a ramp-up time of having hardware that can support the decoding of this content. Because, for example, smartphones, only I think the newest smartphones, maybe like ones from 2 years ago, might be able to decode AV1. But the vast majority of mobile devices, smartphones, tablets, etc., laptops with older GPUs in them, or even just integrated graphics, they can't decode AV1. So they have to fall back on either the CPU has to do it, and it'll run terribly, or it has to be done on a different, it basically has to be switched over to a different codec, and it only does it if it's a live stream. If it's an actual media file, it just won't actually run. Like media player or VLC or something will say it's like, I can't play this back, or something like that. You'll get an error message, essentially. The whiteboard, yeah, the whiteboard's out. Somebody asked a question, and we went down the rabbit hole, all the way down. Nero first, only when we move to CPUs that have built-in graphics that can handle the AV1 decode is when it will be proper made. Not just CPUs. It's really the mobile CPUs that have to support it, because it's mostly about mobile. You forgot about IRL streams. What codec would people use? What do you mean IRL streams? What's IRL? It's all the same. It's not going to be any different. It has to go through a computer to get to the internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you mean like if someone's streaming on a phone? Like if someone's streaming on a phone? What do you mean real life? Like, what? Are you talking about those streams where like they're out and about walking around shopping or something? Like what? Those streamers using phones? Well, see, again, it depends on two things. It depends on the hardware. So does the phone support AV1? And then not only that, it depends on the actual device. The content delivery network, so in this case YouTube, has to support the codec. So if the phone supports AV1 and YouTube supports AV1, the IRL can be done, that live stream can be done in AV1. But you have to have, basically everything has to have support for that. That's the reason why I'm saying, it goes back to what I was saying a few moments ago, where there's going to be a ramp-up time of the adoption of this newer technology, because all the average device has to be able to encode or decode. And I think most of the time it's going to be the decode that matters more than the encode, because more people are watching the content than there are people producing the content. It's still a handheld computer using YouTube and possibly AV1 depending on the device. So pretty much, it's exactly the same. So this was probably way more in depth than I expected. But the thing is, you don't ever hear like other YouTube channels talk about the whole infrastructure side of how all this stuff works. Like nobody ever talks about that. No one talks about the fact that even if somebody streams to YouTube in AV1, the viewers watching are not actually watching the stream in AV1. So I've tested AV1, and the few times that YouTube allows me to stream in AV1, you guys don't even get to watch it in AV1. You guys are watching it in VP9. Because, like, you know, I send the stream in AV1, YouTube re-encodes the stream and sends it to everybody watching in VP9. So no one's actually watching AV1 content. The content may have been produced at the source, aka me, in AV1, but everybody watching is watching it in VP9 because YouTube takes AV1 and turns it into VP9 and sends it out to everybody else. So no one ever talks about that. So I just wanted to bring that up. Just FYI. So that's why at the end of the day, yes, AV1 is good, but it's going to be a long time before it becomes the standard, considering how old AVC is, aka 2003 technology. That's still the standard for video streaming. Why that is, I don't understand it. I mean, I kind of understand it. It has to do with licensing. Apparently, HEVC has a lot of licensing fees. And I guess Twitch is too cheap and they don't want to pay those licensing fees. And that's the reason why they don't allow HEVC live streams, which is very disappointing because HEVC is actually almost exactly the same as AV1, if not the same as AV1 in terms of the visual quality at the same bitrate. I mean, it's in the name. HEVC stands for High Efficiency Video Codec. So it is a highly efficient in terms of bandwidth allocation for each frame of visual quality. So does the way I see it, AV1 is like a free version of HEVC. That might be oversimplifying it, but that's another way to look at AV1. Does the 144 hertz on a monitor mean I need 144 minimal benchmark FPS to run smooth and add more? If no, what? 144 is the maximum. I don't understand the question. With regards to streaming, you don't stream at 144 frames. That's not how streaming works. Streaming only allows either 30. So in the streaming world, there are specific industry standards for video. So you're allowed to stream at 24 FPS, 30 FPS, or 60 FPS. Now the true number is actually 23 point... I think it's like 23.97. And then this one is like 29.97 FPS. And then this one is like 54.94 FPS or something like that. So these are kind of industry-wide numbers. You cannot stream to YouTube in 144 FPS. If you try to do that, they'll reject your stream and you'll get a black... Like, your viewers won't be able to see anything. It'll just be a black screen. It'll be considered an invalid video input. So, yeah, the monitor has nothing to do with the actual stream itself. So that's purely dependent on your the software application that you're using, such as OBS or XSplit, or even like, you know, Radeon Adrenaline, because you can technically stream to YouTube with Radeon's Adrenaline without having to install anything else, or some capture card software like Rec Central or something like that. Yeah, so no, I mean, to answer your question, if you're talking about, let me move this over here, get this out of the way. I'll just say industry standard stream. Like, this is the actual frame rate. You can't stream it like something other than this. Like, I think you can do a high FPS. Like, I think YouTube allowed 90 or 120 FPS, but it's not, like, I don't know what the conditions are for it to allow that. Like, I've heard people talk about that, but the reason why they don't do it is, again, it has to do with the ability of the viewers' machines to be able to play back the video. Can you imagine trying to play back a 1080p 120 FPS live stream on a 10-year-old computer or a 10-year-old laptop? Can you imagine somebody trying to play back a 120 FPS 1080p live stream on a Sandy Bridge laptop? Do you know how garbage that would run? You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why they don't do that. It's all about compatibility with the lowest common denominator that exists watching the video. Same thing with all the mobile devices. Can you imagine somebody on an iPhone 4? Can you imagine somebody on an iPhone 4 trying to watch a 1080p 120 FPS stream? I wonder what that experience would be like. The thing doesn't even support Wi-Fi 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'd be trying to play back that on a Wi-Fi 4, which is 802.11n connection. That would be awful. That would be terrible. Had you had experience with ASRock Taichi? No, I have not used it. ASRock Taichi RK has. I'll let him speak. Okay, so that was that. The only other thing, let me see. Let me look through my list here. PlayStation State of Play, we still have to cover that. Nintendo Switch 2. Now, do I have an article on that? I don't know if I have one prepared. I thought I had one of them in here. Okay. Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's just like I said. I like this because now I feel like, even though I have no insider knowledge for leaks, I like when I guess something. I just straight up guess and I get it right. Alright, so here is the next story. Mostly read hardware reviews, not so technically informed on the subject. Trying to figure. Is a 970 worth using to stream? My old card? No, you're better off streaming with your CPU. Well, okay, it depends on what your CPU is, but you could. It's not gonna look that good because that's Maxwell. That's like a really old generation NVENC encoder. You can do it though, but you might be better off with the CPU, to be honest, depending on what your CPU is. If you didn't know, because the GPU being able to live stream on a GPU only, or using the GPU encoder, only became really feasible starting with RTX 20 series. Everything older than RTX 20 series is worse than CPUs for encoding in AVC. Okay, so let's, yeah, those are like that's like the ones where it actually took over. Okay, so let's look at this. This is interesting, this article. So, NVIDIA switched to feature NVIDIA Ampere GPU with DLSS. Now, I have always been saying for a long time that the Switch can benefit from DLSS way more than an actual wall-connected console or a high-end PC. It makes far more sense to run DLSS on a mobile handheld gaming device than to just leverage it on a high-end GPU, because the high-end GPU is already able to handle the game at like high frame rate to start with. So why would you want to lower the image quality? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, it goes back to what I was saying. I said a few months ago when we were all talking about, and every now and then we talk about the Switch 2, I said it was probably going to be Ampere. And I just threw that out there. I have no insider knowledge. I don't normally research the topic of the Switch 2, although I really kind of want to Switch 2. But I said, oh, it's going to be Ampere because it's just like how, you know, the Switch came out in 2017. That was using Maxwell. Maxwell was 2014. That was like a 3-year lag time. So, you know, here we are. Ampere is 3 years old, and or pretty much soon the whole thing will be 3 years old going into next year. So basically, it's like a 3-year lag time. So I figured, okay, you know what? That means it's going to be Ampere. That's why I guessed it. Because the way I'm able to guess something with high accuracy is I literally just look at the historical, like the previous generation, what that uses, and how old is that architecture relative to when that hardware launched. So Switch came out in 2017. Maxwell came out in 2014. 3-year difference, aka here we are, Switch 2, 3 years ago, Ampere comes out, 3-year difference, there you go, that's the answer, that's how you do the math. Okay, so it's going to be using Ampere, and then Matt was saying it's going to be based off of the Orion. The reference Orion SoC carries a code name of T234, that's easy to remember, it's literally 234. The numbers are in sequence. T stands for, I think, Tegra. I think that's Tegra. Yeah, Tegra. NVIDIA's Tegra X1 SoC built on a 20 nanometer node. Oh, that's the first generation. But anyway, T is still Tegra, though. I think. I'm pretty sure. The reference Orion design is a considerable uplift compared to the Tegra X1, as it boosts 12 Cortex Ooh, this is ARM-based. Well, I mean, the Switch always was that. LPDDR5, along with Ampere GPU microarchitecture, built on Samsung's 8nm node. Here we go, guys. Here we go. NVIDIA wanted to get away from Samsung's node as fast as they could, but now they're going to leverage it again because this is a low-end part, and they are basically competing with everybody else in the world for TSMC capacity, and they're so behind on fulfilling their AI orders that they have to actually go with Samsung for these lower end parts. Okay. Also, if you didn't know, Nintendo patched the Switch from the launch, or after people could hack it physically. It's a very good... Oh, wait, what? I'm talking about the ASRock Taichi. RTX 20, is it worse than reference? It's going to be based off of the Orion. I returned the Aqua, the Taichi. Mainly thinking of it as a option because of aesthetics, but I think it will... I'll still get it. It's probably going to be fine. I would not bother repasting it. If the hotspot is less than 90, I wouldn't bother. There's nothing wrong with that. They still are contractually locked to produce on Samsung's node, even though they were using TSMC for... Oh, okay, so they have to... Okay, yeah. So that means that basically maybe the 4050 could be on Samsung. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know what's happening anymore because it's all over the place. Like, the naming conventions don't match what they are based off of the size of the die. You know, we kind of talked a little bit about this at the beginning of the stream. But anyway, Switch 2 is coming out next year, featuring an Ampere GPU, for or I guess an NVIDIA SoC that has an Ampere architecture called Orion, the Jetson Orion. It is actually, it's actually a customized SoC that's meant for automotive. So yeah, actually, it's good that they bring this up. They mentioned automotive, because that is a large reason why older nodes continue to exist, such as Samsung's 8nm, and even the older things from a decade ago. You know, like some of that stuff, like Intel Broadwell. Intel Broadwell, you guys know Intel Broadwell is from 2014, 2015 timeframe. That is still manufactured by Intel today. They literally still build and manufacture Broadwell CPU x86. It's still alive. Now, you can't buy it for computer desktop. They don't sell it in the consumer market anymore. It's EOL in the consumer market. You cannot buy an i7 5775S or whatever the weird Broadwell parts were, because they never had the normal names. There was no K SKU Broadwell. So, but anyway, they still make Broadwell CPUs. Like, this is something that a lot of people don't know unless they really work in industry. What do these chips go in? I'll let you guys figure that out. I know what they're used for, but I'm not going to give that away right now. Because they are on the Tegra X1 on the current Switch, they have no choice but to use an ARM-based core for the next iteration of the console. Is the 7900 for 4K and 7800 for 1440? When would you make the choice to step down? I'm surprised that they did not just make a whole new console overall, though. It is a new console, though, isn't it? You mean like a whole new name? I don't really think they need to change the name, though. I think Switch 2 is fine. I mean, I feel like the form factor of the Switch is really good. And also the docking station ability, like being able to dock the device and then play the game on the big screen. I think that's actually a really, really good part of it. And so I don't really see why they would need to change it and reinvent the wheel again. Because, you know, they tried doing that with the Wii U and it really didn't work out. So, you know, why break what works? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, like the old saying goes. Switch 2 should still run the same games made. Yeah, and that's good. That's actually good. So, I'm actually really glad to know that it is still relatively the same thing, but it's significantly newer. So, we're talking like, this is a 1, 2, 3 generational uplift. 3 generational uplift. So, we're gonna draw this out again. We're going back to paint. Hold on, I gotta clean it up a little bit. Okay. I made a space. So, here is... Wait a minute. Oh, you know what? Let's do the timeline. Let's do the infamous timeline. Or the, not infamous, but you guys know what I'm saying. So basically 2014, 2015, 16. We might need to just kind of scrunch these up. We're going to run out of space. 16, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. We have to go all the way up to like 2024. 2021, 2022, 23. You know what? What I should probably do is just like delete the 20 in this and just make this a sequence. So, and just leave the first ones there. And then 2024, which is next year. Okay, so this was Maxwell. Maxwell was 2014. Switch was 2017. Switch was 2017. So, in the time between the Maxwell architecture, the Tegra X1, and the Switch, what was there? There was what's the name of it? Pascal. There was Pascal in 2016. Then there was Turing in 2018. Then in 2019, there was Ampere. Then in 2022, or no, yeah, 2022, there was Ada. I really need more space. What I'll do is I'll mark these. So 2016 was Pascal, 2014 was Maxwell, 2018 was Turing, 2020 was Ampere, 2022 was the introduction of Ada. So basically there's a generation between the switch and the architecture it actually uses. That is Pascal, aka GTX 10 series. Probably NVIDIA's most successful GPU architecture ever. So it was literally, you know, everyone always talks about 1080 Ti. So that one was in between the Switch and the actual SoC that it uses. Now we're talking about the Switch 2. The Switch 2 is a 2024 product. So it's next year. It is based off of Ampere. So, between the Switch 2 and the actual architecture between it, Ada 40 series. So that's the reason why, you know, I can just straight up look at... No one can tell me any of the leaks. No one can ever tell me that stuff. I can immediately assume with high accuracy that's going to be Ampere-based. I mean, I said this like months ago before any of these leaks were even a thing. So, I mean, that's all I did. All I did was I looked at, okay, Switch is Maxwell, and there's something between it. They skipped that. So we want to guess Switch 2. You know, Ada is the current. We're going to skip that. It's going to be Ampere. So that's how I did it. Okay, so the Vita has a slightly more powerful core relative to Switch, but not by much. Really? The Vita's games don't look as good as the Switch games, though. Sony should rip them off. Wait, what? Hold on, wait, what are we talking about? Sony should rip them off? What is going on? Because they are on the Tegra, they have no choice but to use an ARM-based core for the next iteration of the console. We'll talk about product segmentation on GPUs in a little bit. I'm surprised. Your question about Dan had asked about 40 or the 7900 for 4K, 7800 for 1440. Yeah, we'll go over that. But you're correct though. That's how they separate them. I'm surprised they did not just. Yeah, no, Switch 2 should still run the same. That's fine. Joy-Con drift is a huge issue, too, as well. Sony should rip them off back. What is this? Sony should rip them off. Switch kind of feels like PSP and PS3. Wait, what? I don't understand it. I don't understand why is Sony in this? Like, the Vita, and then someone's talking about Vita. Vita's development wasn't as curated and constrained as a Switch. Also upscaling has come a long way. Both of them are ARM. But the thing is, does the Switch use upscaling? I don't think it does. Does the Switch use any form of upscaling at all today? I don't think it does because the internal resolutions are... Maybe it does. Actually, maybe it does. When it's in portable mode, it probably uses some form of... I forgot what the version of the upscaling... NVIDIA's thing that was in Hogwarts Legacy that looked terrible compared to DLSS. I forgot what it's called. NVIDIA NILS or something else. It's some weird thing. It's some older technology, some upscaling thing. Okay. Alright, so... The only other thing to talk about... Okay, let's do the GPU thing real quick. Because that's pretty easy. I mean, we've kind of talked about that in the past. But for segmentation, GPUs are developed for target resolutions. So 4K is RX 7900 series. 1440 is RX 7800. Now, here's the thing. They're lumping in 7700 in there. I guess. I mean, I can kind of understand it. I get it. Because they want to do this one at the 1080p. But I don't know. I always say that I feel like there's a premium GPU for a given target resolution, and then there's like a budget one. So in the case of 1440p, the 7800 is the premium 1440p, and the 7700 XT is the budget 1440p. Now, the reason why that argument kind of falls apart, or that statement doesn't make much sense, is because the GPUs are priced so close together. It's literally a $50 gap. So it's, I don't know. It's really, really weird. The 7700 XT's positioning is really weird. But I kind of see why they put it there. But then again, it's almost like the 7800 XT probably should have been $549. So there would have been a $100 gap. I can't really see, I mean, or the 7700 XT could be $399, which could make sense. And that might end up being what ends up happening. I mean, just look at what happened with the 7900 XT. That thing typically sells for less than what its MSRP is. So Switch does a lot of texture and model culling as well to maintain frame rates. Yeah, they're all going to be ARM-based. They'd have games with the same concept, playing on big screen with console, and on the go with PSP. Yeah, but the thing is, it's not a unified system. You'd have to have the game on the PSP, and you have to have the same game on the PS3, and not all games on the PS3 were also on the PSP, and vice versa. So, not really. Because the Switch is a unified platform. You can run it docked, or you can run it mobile. So every game can be played on the big screen, and it can also be played on the go. So it's not exactly the same. I kind of understand what you're saying, but I don't really think it's identical, or it's a different sort of setup completely. If they switch to x86-based SoC on the next Switch, it would be much harder to run Switch games, since emulation to an ARM CPU would be much harder. Wait, what? You mean much easier? Yes, they abandoned Vita, and Nintendo Switch seems like the successor to Vita instead of Wii. Wait, what? Hold on, whoa. No. Vita is Sony. Wii and Switch are not successors to Vita. No. No. The Switch is the successor to the Wii U. However, the Switch also kind of consolidated Nintendo's platforms, because when they had the Wii U, they also had the Nintendo DS. And I think the DS is not a thing anymore. I could be wrong, but I have not kept up with I haven't kept up with Nintendo's mobile platforms for a long time now. Basically ever since the Switch came out. So I don't know what the fate of the DS was. DS is dead? Yeah, I assumed it was. Just take the Wii U tablet and make it a thing. Make a thing off it? What? Okay, the Wii U's controller with the screen, that to me sort of reminds me of Sony's remote play thing. Do you guys know about that? That Sony PlayStation remote or something, like PS remote. I forgot what it's called. Like the PlayStation Portable, right? No, that's PSP. What is the name of that thing that Sony showed off? That's for like streaming the games. It's definitely not PlayStation Portable, because that's the PSP. What is that thing called? There's like a PlayStation 5 like portable controller thing. Like, what is that thing? PlayStation remote play? I forgot what it's called. Remote play is the actual ability to stream the game. I forgot what it's called. I don't know what that thing is. It's some whatever. Anyway, Speaking of Sony, though, they did do their state of play, so we'll probably go over that now. PlayStation Portal. Oh, yeah, okay. Man, they really need to come up with a different name. Like, that is a weird name. Okay. So, PlayStation Portal is the device. That, to me, is kind of like the remote control with the LCD screen on the Wii U. That's what that reminds me of. I don't think it's exactly the same, though. Because the Wii U, that one had an actual touch screen. I don't know if the PlayStation Portal has a touch screen. Alright, I might get I don't want to play the music because I might get demonetized, so we're going to mute this video. But we're going to look at the state of play. We're going to kind of run through this now. We're going to switch over to the gaming discussion for games that are upcoming for the fall. Because I think PlayStation's state of play is really good at setting the pace, or I guess the tempo, for the game releases that are coming out for the remainder of this year and going into early next year. So I'm going to let this play out while we can discuss the tech stuff, I guess. Nintendo did a direct today, and they will remaster one of your all-time favorite GameCube games ever. Oh, which one is that? Is it Eternal Darkness? Is it Eternal Darkness? Because that needs a remaster, like 100% Eternal Darkness. Sanity's Requiem needs a remaster. Like, that would be one, like, epic game. Paper Mario? I mean, that is a good game. That's not what I thought of. But when you said, like, what, I thought Sanity's Requiem, that one, like, that's like a classic. That's a classic GameCube game right there. Alongside Resident Evil 4. The original Resident Evil 4. Alright, so let's see. This program contains whatever. Alright, we're going to kind of skip through. Oh, I think this is that one game that doesn't make any sense.
Ugh. Gross.
Okay, they start state of play with like a really weird
Yeah, that might be a problem.
indie title. I don't know what this is. Well, let's kind of skip ahead here.
I was just taking a break from my run. So road's out.
Yeah, road's out, but no worries. Grapple point.
Grapple point.
This is
This grapple. I'll grapple it.
Yeah, just grapple with a grappling hook.
okay. I don't know what that
Here
is.
at
But that,
PlayStation, our team is always on the lookout for
was that a
creative,
first-person title? That's
inspiring,
probably an
and
indie
original
title, wasn't it?
Because working together, go, go, go!
All right, let me mute this again. This looks like some kind of Destiny 3 or something. I don't know. I don't know what this is, but it looks like some kind of Destiny 3. And then Resident Evil Village in VR.
Call me whole, huh?
Or no, Resident Evil 4 in VR. Oh, wow. Okay, wait. Resident Evil 4 is getting VR on PlayStation. That's actually really interesting. Because that's one of the best games that came out this year. I don't think it's going to get any significant awards, but I mean, like, Capcom's games, both of Capcom's big games that came out this year are 10 out of 10 games. Those two games being Resident Evil 4 Remake, this game right now, and Street Fighter 6. Drunken Ireland Simulator? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it was supposed to be, but that was definitely a bizarre game. Alright, let's kind of skip ahead here. So this is just Resident Evil 4. Then this is some Avatar game that's coming out. I don't know when. But this is another game. Hold on. Is there like a bunch of copyrighted music in this? Yeah. Oh man, I wish I could play this one. It's like I can't play the audio because I'm gonna get demonetized. See, the thing is, this now. Okay, am I watching this at like 1080? What am I watching this at? I'm watching this at 1080. So there's compression in this video, but I can already tell this game already looks better than Starfield. Like, Starfield really doesn't look that next gen. For a game that's as demanding as it is, it really doesn't look like, for example, Horizon Forbidden West looks better than Starfield. And Horizon Forbidden West is a PlayStation 5 exclusive. And it looks better than Starfield, and I think in most cases it plays better than Starfield 2, which is really weird. Considering Starfield does 30 FPS on the Xbox. Imagine DMC VR. I don't know how that'd be playable. Alright, so hold on. I'm going to add this. Well, this is December 7th. I don't know what this is. This looks like a game that would be that's made by the guys who made Horizon, but it's not, because it's Ubisoft. It's Ubisoft. Ubisoft and 20th Century Studios. So 20th Century Studios, they have the license for the IP, for Avatar itself, the series. So Ubisoft is making the game. So, yeah. What else we got here? Is this Spider-Man? When is the 7800 XT worth it over an A770? What do you mean? They're completely different products. Like, they're completely different tiers, though. See, the problem with the A770 is the A770 is stuck competing with lower tier products relative to where it was originally positioned. So, like, in my mind, I would always want to compare the A770 with a 6700 or a 6700 XT. Now, since AMD launched all the RDNA 3 GPUs, the A770 is only on par with a RX 7600, and that is a sub $300 GPU. So, I guess to answer your question, when is the RX 7800 XT worth it over a 7600? Because that's essentially what you're asking. Yeah, exactly. I did a review on the 7600, and in the review, the 7600 was faster than the A770 in pretty much almost every single game that I tested. So, the only difference is the A770 is potentially more future-proof because it has 16 gigabytes of VRAM. Like, if you run a 20-inch that caps at 1080 and a 27-inch at... Is that where it matters? Well, again, you're talking... I mean, the screen size doesn't even matter. But you're talking about 1080p. You're talking about a product that is meant for 1080p versus a product that is meant for 1440p. So the answer to the question is, when is 1440p worth it over 1080p? And you just have to look at the market trends, and the industry is slowly moving beyond 1080p. I kind of think we're slowly moving to 4K. I think 4K should be where most people should be considering their upgrade, but I understand that today 4K gaming is still very cost prohibitive for most people. Even with the consoles are marketed as 4K gaming experiences, but in reality, they're not really able to do that. You know, they're having to leverage FSR2 from 1440p up to 4K in order to achieve playable frame rates. So it really just kind of depends. But I think 4K is actually the target where you want to be long term, because that's where multimedia is migrating. So the consumers are slowly migrating beyond 1080p, but the multimedia, so the actual videos that are being made, the target is actually 4K, and I guess in some cases it's actually 8K now. But 8K is still kind of a meme at this point, so it's really 4K is where it's at in terms of where movies, film, live streaming of shows and series on Netflix, on Disney Plus, on Hulu, Amazon Prime Video, etc. All of that content is being developed and produced with 4K as the target resolution, just like with games. Although, I don't know, it's very questionable because I kind of thought that 4K was kind of the new target resolution for a lot of these new games. But obviously, the computer hardware is not there today because you have to evaluate it from the lens of a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X. Even though we have cards like the 7900 XTX and the equivalents from NVIDIA, you know, that doesn't matter because that doesn't speak to the actual general public. That's not the average. That's not the kind of the average, which in my mind is basically PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. 4K means you need to upgrade your GPU every generation. Well, yes and no. I mean, it kind of depends. It really kind of depends. There are always going to be those games like Forspoken, Hogwarts Legacy, Starfield, etc. Those type of games that are very GPU intensive, or either people will say unoptimized. But there's always going to be those games that are going to be using a lot of power. But the thing is, there's also games that don't need a super high-end GPU to get playable frame rates at 4K. You know, games like Elden Ring, Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon, Star Rail. There's a lot of new games that have come out this year alone that don't really need a super high-end 4K GPU, even one that's actually designed for 4K gaming, to game at 4K. So it kind of depends. It ultimately depends on what the actual user is playing in their actual game library. Can you say which monitor is that a U? Yes, I can barely see because YouTube always puts the heart thing over like some of the words and I can't see. Somebody, if anybody remembers my monitor, go ahead and answer the question about what monitor. If you guys remember what monitor I have. I've said I've actually said which monitor I use for like multiple streams. Now we'll see if anybody remembers. If no one remembers, then I'll eventually answer. Okay, this is Spider-Man 2. This game looks like it's actually really good.
A number of new activities and storylines will become available. The majority of those will now be represented by visual cues in the
Spider-Man
world that
2
grab your
actually
attention,
looks like it's going to
such
be a
as
really
flock of
fun game.
Kraven's Talon drones circling a building.
There's lots of costumes. There's Miles is in the game. Miles is playable. Peter Parker's playable for different segments. Like symbiote Spider-Man's in this game. Like it's gonna be off the top action packed. Kraven the Hunter is in the game. Like I'm assuming Punisher, Venom is in the game. Who knows if Carnage shows up? Like I think anyone who's a Spider-Man fan, this game is probably going to be one of their like most anticipated games.
You can always
of the
refer
year.
to the upgraded Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man app to quickly track nearby areas of interest. The app will also include incoming requests from those who call
Helldivers.
Marvel's New York home. Some will ask for either spider hero to help,
An old one?
while others, like the students of Brooklyn Visions calling upon Miles, will require you to put on the mask of a specific hero. All these activities,
Miles.
including crime
Man, he's got the weird like
factions,
Spider-Man
also
Dr.
now feed into the
Octopus
new district
thing
progress
on the
system,
back.
which even provides more rewards and unlocks our brand new fast
See,
travel
this
system.
game,
As you can see
I don't know,
here,
should I, maybe I
PlayStation
should
5
like do a
and
live
SSD
stream where
means
I'm
you can
playing
move
like
across the
Miles,
city with
Spider-Man
very
Miles
little downtime.
Morales.
Finally,
Because I've got Miles
the more
Morales
you
on
explore and the
PlayStation
more
5.
activities you
I don't
complete,
think I
the
have.
more ways you'll be able to customize your spider
I don't think I have
This
the
includes
Spider-Man
mastering additional combat
remaster on
abilities and
PC. I'm pretty
traversal
sure I
skills,
don't have that
acquiring and
game.
improving gadgets, upgrading through the new suit tech system, and of course, unlocking additional spider suits.
But this is
And
the
we're
thing
talking
about
lots and lots of
PlayStation
suits.
though. This is
Marvel
how
Spider-Man 2
PlayStation
will
keeps
feature over
itself
65
relevant
suits from
because
comics, movies, and multiple
PlayStation
original
has these
designs. And thanks to
exclusives
the all-new suit
like
style system,
Spider-Man,
you'll now have more than 200
and then they'll
different ways to
eventually
outfit your
come
friendly
out to
neighborhood
other
Spider-Man.
platforms typically
On
PC.
behalf of Insomniac
But you
Games,
gotta wait,
we
like
couldn't
a
be more
lot.
excited about what this
Like, think
expanded
about how
city has to
long people
offer,
had to wait if they
and
wanted
all
to play
the new ways you'll
Horizon
experience Marvel's
Zero
New York.
Dawn.
We look forward
Horizon
to seeing
Zero
you swinging
Dawn,
around
I think,
in
came
Marvel
out on
Spider-Man 2 when it
PC
launches
last
October
year
20th,
when
only on
Forbidden West
PlayStation
came out on
5.
PlayStation 5. And Horizon Zero Dawn was a game from 2017. So, that's years to wait. I think, what was the other game that took a long time to come out? Like, Final Fantasy 15, I think, was like 2 years. Almost 2 years to wait. So Final Fantasy 16 will probably come to PC next summer, if I had to guess. Or maybe, like, second half of next year.
Between Dana and Rena.
FF Remake. FF Remake, you had to wait a while, too. Like, that was on PlayStation 4, like, back in 2020,
The gang's all here.
I believe? And it came to PC
The hell she did?
end of 21 or sometime in sometime last year. This surprised me. So when I saw this, when I saw Tales of Arise, I saw this trailer and I was like, wait a minute, they're making a sequel to this game? Because this is actually a really good game. I played Tales of Arise all the way to, like, when it came out in 2021. I basically did an entire playthrough of the game all the way, and I finished the game and everything within the first month that it was released. So, Tales of Arise is really good. Tales of Arise, Beyond the Dawn, November 9th, 2023. So this is one that I actually have to, like, write down. So this one I'm actually adding to my list. So I'm gonna go ahead and update the calendar here. Because I've been tracking a lot of games. So, because I was thinking to myself, literally, after October, I have no idea what's left. This year has had so many great games. So I'm pretty sure this is like an expansion, though. I don't think this is a full game, because it will have been a little over 2 years. Tales of Arise came out in September of 2021, if I remember. So Tales of Arise, Beyond the Dawn. This is going to be good. November 9th. Yeah, I think it's an expansion. Tales of Arise was one of the better Tales games, though. Alright, what else? Okay, something that I can actually play the audio because it's not going to get demonetized.
What we call destiny is neither visible nor tangible. Yet, it is as certain as the collapsing and converging of the past.
When was the
and
last time we got a
present?
sequel to a Tales game without a
I
timeline
called out
change?
to you, and you came.
Tales of
like a
Exilia.
labyrinth.
Tales of Exilia
Every
had Tales of
divergence
Exilia
is
2.
merely an inducement. There's
And,
only one real
well, no,
path.
Tales of Zestiria and Tales of Berseria, there was a time change. Alright, there it is, guys. One of the games that's constantly shown on this channel.
You and I are each other's destiny.
October 11th. Hold up, go back.
You and I are each other's
They did not hold that frame for very long. So October 11th. So this game, I already have this game on PC. But this one is probably the best mobile game of 2023 by far. Like, I don't play a whole lot of mobile games or gacha games. But this one, Honkai Star Rail. Star Rail by far is most likely going to win best mobile game of the year. Because this, like, I haven't seen any mobile game that has come close to matching this game in terms of quality. So this is going to be PS5 is getting Star Rail. So I'll be able to combine, I'll be able to sync my account into the PSN. So I'll basically be able to play either on PlayStation 5 seamlessly or on PC with the exact same account, so they have full crossplay. That's what I like about Hoyoverse. Hoyoverse literally doesn't care. They'll make the platform work, crossplay, no matter what. So
destiny.
These guys really know quality.
Hey, Beth Vegas, having a great time?
Alright, I don't know if I'm gonna get demonetized, so we're gonna, like, mute that one, because that one seems like it's gonna start playing some kind of song. Foam Stars Open Beta. Is this on... This makes me think of, like, Fall Guys. So do we know if this game is gonna be on multi-platform, or is this gonna be, like, PlayStation timed exclusive? But, like, does Microsoft do a state of play sort of thing like Sony does? Because I really feel like Microsoft needs to do some more stuff like that. Because Sony still is relevant, guys. Like, in terms of their exclusives, there's a reason why I have a PlayStation 5, but I don't have an Xbox Series X. Because games like Spider-Man 2, Horizon Forbidden West, Final Fantasy 16, and there were other ones like Demon Souls, etc. Like, for instance, the PlayStation 5 is literally one platform that can give you access to all of the From Software games. Like, they're all on the same platform. PC, does PC have all of them now? No, see, PC doesn't have Demon Souls. So really, PlayStation is the only platform that gives you access to every single one of From Software's current or, like, classic games. So, like, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne. Oh yeah, Bloodborne, of course. That's not even on the PC either. Sekiro, and then the Armored Core, and then Elden Ring. All that stuff's on Sony. So it's like you want access to all of them, you gotta be on the PlayStation. Okay, so let's go back here.
Next year's most anticipated games.
Alright, here we go.
The world's ending. At least, that's what everyone's saying.
He's alive?
The sky... I don't like it.
Ready to fire.
Oh man, this is it! They have the trailer for Rebirth?
Fire!
Just close your eyes and listen. Tell me you can't hear that.
Man, this game's gonna be big. This game looks good.
It and everything on it dies.
But this is next year, though. This has to be next year. 2023 has had way too many, like, big games. There's no room for Final Fantasy 7. It's like the list is full. Sorry, you gotta go to the next year.
Think you can find him?
Oh, Sephiroth.
If
you see,
if 7 got into 2023's release window,
what are you talking about?
this year would probably be the best year of the decade for gaming.
Get together.
We need DMC to come back now. I mean, DMC 5 was like...
I ask because I suspect there's soldiers suffering from cellular degradation.
19?
Do not be
2020? When was DMC 5? I think it was 2019.
You know the truth.
Yeah, it was 2019. So yeah, you're right. We do kind of need another Devil May Cry. Hey, that's the classic Cobra thing that Sephiroth defeated while Cloud was still in training.
On me.
I hope they tweak the combat a little bit so that it's easier to, like, move around and stuff during combat, because one of the weird things was 7 Remake played a little bit clunky. Definitely compared to Final Fantasy 16. 16's combat system was, like, perfect. That guy looks like Heihachi from Tekken 7 with a mustache.
Excuse me. Could you look after my friend? Just for a bit.
Wait a minute. So, is Zack, like... Did they retcon, like, Zack back into the story or something? I'm pretty sure they're trying to tell this as a different story.
Said only to appear when the planet
It certainly seems like it's diverging from the original.
Who dares disturb
There he
my
is!
slumber?
Best character in all of 7.
The reunion. When worlds merge. I'm waiting, Cloud.
There it is. Okay. That was the, I think that was the last one. What do they have here? Stone. Okay, they've got some Spider-Man stuff. February 29th. I have to note that down because we have a release date now. The last, so that means next year is a leap year. They, public service announcement from Square Enix reminding everybody that next year is a leap year. That's going to be very easy to remember, you know, to be honest. Like, February 29th, that's, like, so easy to remember. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is coming out on PlayStation 5, timed exclusive. This is the reason why I have a PlayStation 5, because if I want to be able to play this, like, you know, as soon as possible, you have to be on a PlayStation. You can't, like, you won't be able to play this on PC until second half of 2025. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's going to be a long wait. So, that's just how it is. Because PC's going to have to get Final Fantasy 16 sometime next year. So, Twin Pack pre-order start. Okay, well, I mean, I don't need that because I've already got the other one. Alright, I think that's it. They're just gonna go over some other... I think they show, like, some Spider-Man stuff. Yeah, they show Spider-Man costumes. Actually, let's go back to that. That actually looks pretty cool. Oh, wait, no. It's got music. It's got, like, copyrighted music. 400 gigabyte game right there. Yeah, 2 discs. Yeah. Yeah. You know, when I saw that trailer, though, for the first time, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking this game is going to be huge in terms of the file size. Is the PS5 Pro or whatever coming soon? That's going to be next year, I think. If it actually even is a thing. I think we had some detail on that. I'm pretty sure it's next year, though. For the PS5 Pro. But see, like, for example, if somebody wants to play Spider-Man 2, they have to have a PlayStation 5, because this is not going to come to PC until, like, 2025. You know? Like, you're going to be waiting around. Same thing, Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth. I mean, they have their exclusives, and it's good that they're timed, because that it means that at some point a wider audience will gain access to the game. But by being a timed exclusive, it keeps the console relevant. Summer of next year? Summer of next year for what? Oh, for the Pro? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I don't think so. I think it'll be like a year from now, if not a little bit longer. Not paying PS Plus is worth the wait. Well, I mean, you don't even have to pay for PS Plus though for these games. Yeah, by the way, alright, so you had asked me, or somebody had asked me earlier, what monitor do I use? If it will load? I don't know what happened to the website, but anyway. Did you talk about the Unity debacle? No, but I did hear about it. Okay, here it is. So this is the monitor that I'm using. This is well, this is one of the monitors. So this is the Sony InZone. Speaking of Sony, we're still on topic of Sony, but this isn't really PlayStation related. This is the monitor that I'm actually using. This is the gaming monitor that I use. So 27-inch, 4K, HDR. It's full array local dimming, so it's actually true HDR. And then it's 144 hertz. That will just... Wait, what are we saying? 2 discs, 400 gig game right there, somewhere up next year, not paying PS Plus. Okay, did you talk about... Okay, we can talk about the Unity thing. Unity thing should definitely talk about. That will just make people move over to... What's Godot? I don't even know what Godot is. Should put an image of the monitor, like the GPU. What do you mean? Oh, you mean like the GPU that's down there in the lower left corner? Problem is that Godot is Vulkan and OpenGL only. I don't really see that happening. This is the monitor. There are a couple of videos. I did a review on the monitor like a year. I've had this monitor for over a year. For those people that are wondering, so I got this monitor, like the second or third week that it had been on the market. So I'm one of the early adopters. So I have like the first revision. But yeah, I've been using it since August of last year. So I've had it for over a year now. That was when I made the switch to 4K from 1440p. So I upgraded from 1440p 144 to 4K 144. I was using a 24-inch, I mean I still use the monitors today, 24-inch 1440p 144 hertz T-end panel to a IPS 4K 27-inch 144 HDR monitor. So that is what I use. The old monitor is right here, so there's one here, there's one there, and then there's this one. So there's actually 3 monitors that I'm using right now. So I have triple monitors. Two 24-inch 1440 on the sides, left and right, and then in the middle I have the Sony monitor. They're all on a monitor stand, so I'm not actually using the actual stand that the monitor comes with. In case you were wondering. I mean, I have used the stand. The stand's fine. There's one video or 2 videos where I actually feature the stand. I can't remember which video. Oh, I think it was the video for the cables. Like how to fix like monitor flickering if you run into that problem. It's usually a cabling problem. Do you care to calibrate your monitors with a device? No, because it's fine the way it is. Like, the thing is, I look at the monitor's review before I actually buy it. So if the color space, the RGB, sRGB, the Adobe RGB, if all that stuff is already within range of like, you know, in the case of this monitor, I think it's like 97.9% of the DPI, or what is it called? The DCI, something color space for video editing. It's already color accurate from the factory, so you don't really have to do anything. I mean, you can color calibrate, but it's like, I don't really see the need. Now, it's definitely a lot better than the older monitor that I had. The older monitor I had was a gaming monitor. This is a gaming monitor, but it does have much better color in terms of it's a wide color gamut as opposed to a standard. I think the one I had before was like 72% NTSC. I think this one is like 92 or 91%. So it just, yeah. Well, lots of questions. So I will be live streaming Lies of P. Lies of P is coming out next, when is it coming out again? Tuesday. But the thing is, I have early access to it. So I have early access starting tomorrow. But it's like really, really late. So I don't know if I'm going to live stream it tomorrow, because I don't think I'll be able to show much of it. Because if I do a live stream tomorrow, I won't be able to play Lies of P for the first 3 hours of the live stream. So it's kind of, you know, weird. Alright, Unity. I don't really know anything about it, so someone else is going to have to mention, like, what's going on. All I know about Unity, and I only found out about this from somebody else earlier today, before the stream. Supposedly, Unity is going to charge per, like, download of game or something, but I don't know. Like, someone's going to have to explain it, because I don't really know. I have to go look for an article. So someone else is going to have to explain that, because I don't really know. I don't have the full background. Is there an article on it? Oh, wait. Unity reveals plans to change. Unity has announced... Here we go. Unity plan pricing and packaging updates. You know what? I don't know what other big games use Unity besides HoYoverse games. Genshin Impact is made in Unity. So is Star Rail. So is basically, as far as I know, almost all of HoYoverse's big titles. They're all made in Unity. So I think what's probably happening, Unity is moving to a give me all your money business model. Pokemon Go is made in Unity. I didn't know that. I mean, I can believe that though. That sounds about right. Yeah, a lot of mobile games. A lot of games that scale up or down the stack. So like mobile is like low end, and then it can go all the way up to PC. You know, like Unity is actually pretty good in that regard. Because if you guys look at Genshin Impact is probably the best, most commercially successful game made in Unity that I can think of. You know, big indies, nearly all indies use this thing. Yeah, for the most part, I guess. I really wish, like, Sony never discontinued the Fire engine. I feel like Sony should have iterated on the Fire engine, because that would have been a good, kind of an extra thing, extra, you know, tool in their belt, so to speak, for, like, things they could do if they stopped making hardware consoles, for example. If they were just going to do software, like, you know, sell the engine or commercialize an Enterprise Edition, have a free version of that, you know, that kind of business model. But I don't know. See, I assume Unity is the same way. The dev of those said that he would owe them over $6 million if that goes... Oh, $5 million if that goes through. The Fire engine, Marcelo. Fire engine with a P. P as in Lies of P. I don't know what the difference between Unity's business model and Unreal Engine's business model is. Like, I really don't know. As many of you know... Oh, wait, hold on. Effective next year, we will introduce a new Unity runtime fee that's based on game installs. We will also add cloud-based asset storage, Unity DevOps tools, and AI at runtime at no extra cost to Unity subscription plans this November. So they're basically adding a game install tax. So what they're doing is they're trying to monetize the sale of a game. I don't understand why they say game installs. I think it should just be games sold. Like, how are they going to track game installs? You know what I mean? Like, it's much easier to just track, like, a game being sold. Like, how are you going to track a game install? Like, what if the user uninstalls the game and then, like, reinstalls the game? You know what I mean? Like, how does that work? So here's a good example. Here's a good example of how I don't understand, like, what this means to the developer. So, hold on, let me change back to Paint here. All right, I'm gonna make a new one here. So I'm gonna delete everything, and then we're gonna do a whole new Paint page, I guess. Or actually just do... Whoops, what happened? Oh, what? Nope, that's the wrong color. Okay. So, here's my question to Unity. When they're saying game installs, and maybe it's explained in the article, but I haven't actually read the article. So, I have... Let's say I want to benchmark a game made in Unity. So I have, let's say I've got PC 1 with a Ryzen 9 7950X. So this is one PC. So I install Genshin Impact on this PC. This PC has a Radeon RX 7900 XTX, That's the first PC. And let's say I want to benchmark, just hypothetically, I want to benchmark Genshin Impact Ultra Preset 4K native resolution, 100%, no FSR. Just, you know, play the game like that. Because Genshin Impact supports FSR too. Now, I go and I install that. So that'll be one fee for that one install. Now, PC number 2. Ryzen 9 7950X3D with a GeForce RTX 4090. Install Genshin Impact on the second PC. See, so now I have installed the game on 2 different PCs. Now, what happens if I want to install another instance of Genshin Impact on a third PC? This one has an Intel i9 13900K equipped with a Radeon RX 7900 XTX. Install Genshin Impact. Now, I go to a fourth PC. Do you guys see where I'm going with this? PC number 4 with a Ryzen 7 5800X with a Radeon RX 6700 non-XT. Install Genshin Impact. Now, this is all happening from one user. One user now has 4 instances of this Unity-made game installed on 4 different computers. But it doesn't end there. What if I want to install on a 5th PC consisting of a Threadripper 2950X with a Radeon 7? Install Genshin Impact on that. You see where this is going? And what if I want to install the game on my PlayStation 5 because it supports that? What if I want to install it on another PlayStation 5? The second PlayStation 5, because I actually have 2 of them. I have the backup one. So now I've got 1, 2, what is this? 5, 6, 7 instances of a Unity game for one person. Oh, by the way, I can also install it on my phone, but I don't have it actually installed on my phone, which is kind of hilarious considering how many machines I've actually installed this on. Oh, but I do have it also installed on a Lenovo Legion 5 with a Ryzen 7 4800H and a GTX. Is it GTX? GTX. Is it GTX? 1650 Ti. An AMD APU with integrated Vega with Vega 8 and a GTX 1650 Ti. What if I install the game, install Genshin Impact on this, install Genshin Impact on that? Do you guys see what I'm saying? What does this mean for both the end user who keeps installing a Unity application on various different hardware and the developer of the game, in this case, HoYoverse? I mean, I could install it on more. I could keep going. I could install on more machines, but I think you guys get the point. The updated post clarifies what you're talking about. Okay, so let's go back to the post. Timeline is Unity makes this decision, backlash, they make another post. Well, I don't know. I think the tax is applied to the devs. So basically, am I causing the tax to be multiplied by 10? Am I basically making this get multiplied by 10 times? I need to specify that that's a laptop, for those that are wondering. And I haven't even installed the game on my phone yet. I have the game installed on like 10 different things, and I can install the game on my phone. This isn't even counting like ROG Ally or any of those other stuff. You know what I mean? Like, this is going to become a problem. Now, clearly, it's not every... Like, this is not a typical person who plays Genshin Impact. I would say that, like, I don't think... I can see somebody playing Genshin Impact on their phone and then on their gaming laptop or their PC. or their console, but not like more. I would say I don't think the average Genshin gamer is using more than 2 devices. They probably have it installed on their phone and on some other form of gaming device, whether it's a PlayStation or a gaming laptop or a gaming desktop. Mobile market alone will make those numbers rocket to the moon. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at, because you can multiply that out. Can you imagine? Okay, what happens? What happens if somebody installs Genshin Impact on their Android phone? Their Android phone, like their ancient Droid X. Install Genshin Impact on that. Oh, but wait. They upgraded their phone. They upgraded their phone to a Samsung Galaxy S5. And they install Genshin Impact on that. But remember, they did not uninstall. They didn't bother to uninstall the game on their old phone. It's still on their old phone. So now they have it installed on this. See, this is gonna, so what I just described earlier, this is kind of a impractical scenario, I would say. But this one that I just described is a much more like realistic situation where the user installs Genshin on their phone, then they upgrade to a newer phone, and then they just install Genshin on the new phone, and they log in, and it's the cloud, it backs up all their save progress, so it's like everything's there. So, you know, and then what happens if they upgrade again? Install Genshin again. You see how this is going to become a problem? And then they install it again. Xperia Mark 1... No. Xperia 1 Mark 3. Install Genshin Impact. You see how this is going to become a problem? So let's go look at the article. The Unity CEO has also been selling off his shares prior to this announcement, by the way. Wait, whoa, hold on, whoa. Is that true? Is that really true, what you just said about the CEO selling the shares? If so, that's a telltale sign that this is not going to work. This is not going to go as planned. Oh boy. Okay, let's go back to this article then. The Unity engine is in fact 2 substantial software components, the Unity editor and the Unity runtime. The runtime is code that executes on player devices and makes made with Unity games work at scale with billions of monthly downloads. We are introducing a Unity runtime fee that is based upon each time a qualifying game is downloaded by an end user. We chose this because each time a game is downloaded, the Unity runtime is also installed. Also, we believe that an initial install-based fee allows creators to keep the ongoing financial gains from player engagement, unlike a revenue share. Wait a minute, hold on. This is a key sentence. We believe that an initial install-based fee... Oh, okay, I see what they're saying. So they're opting to just do a one-time fee per install of the Unity runtime, as opposed to continuously revenue sharing with the developer. So in a way, I don't know. You'd have to do the math on that to figure out which one actually ends up costing more to the developer. Because I can kind of see the revenue share would hurt the profitability of the game more in the long run than a one-time fee. But it kind of depends. It's questionable, because think about a game. Think about a live service game like Genshin Impact. Genshin Impact constantly has updates, but if somebody quits playing Genshin Impact, let's say they try the game for like a month, and then they quit the game, and they never come back. So that means the developer will be charged one flat fee for that user installing the runtime, the Unity runtime on their device. But that that individual quits the game after a month and never comes back. So in that scenario, the developer had to pay one time to Unity. Now let's think about this. If they did a revenue share, if they did a rev share, then in the same exact scenario where the user quit the game after a month, it would end up being the same exact outcome. So HoYoverse would get charged one time for the rev share being active. Now, it depends on how they do this rev share. If it's per device that's running the runtime, then it's essentially the same thing. Now, if it's rev share, though, then that means it's more like subscription. It's term-based. So, if the user quits the game, then the rev share just goes away. So it's essentially the same outcome as if it was a one-time fee. However, if the user is constantly playing the game long-term, like in the case of myself, I've been playing Genshin Impact since it basically released back in 2020. I've been playing the game for like almost 3 years at this point. If they did a rev share, that would cost the developer, HoYoverse, way more money to Unity. For me, they'd have to pay Hoyo, or they have to pay Unity way more for someone like me who has stuck around with the game for like 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Versus somebody who quit after a month and never came back. Versus if they only charged HoYoverse one time for me, like installing Genshin Impact. Assuming I only installed Genshin Impact on one device. So we're not talking about the scenario where I installed Genshin Impact on like 12 different machines. We're not talking about that. That's not a practical user of the game. That's kind of a one-off exception. So it really kind of depends. You have to go back and forth on it. I think if the idea is a one-time fee and the vast majority of Unity games are like indie, like multiplayer, live service games with annual and quarterly or weekly or whatever the update cadence is for the game, like Genshin Impact typically operates on like a 3-week update for the gacha, and then like the content is almost like monthly based at this point. So in that scenario, a one-time fee is actually not going to hurt a developer like HoYoverse, but I think it would hurt a smaller indie studio that's only making a single-player game in Unity for like a one-time thing. They're going to sell their game on Steam and GOG and maybe the consoles, whatever. And it's a one-time purchase. They might do DLC updates, but it's not a live service game. So this business model, to me, in my opinion, this business model benefits live service games, like mobile games, more so than the one-off indie type games. I think those are hurt more than this. So thresholds for revenue and installs. So games qualify for the Unity runtime fee after 2 criteria have been met. 1, the game has passed a minimum revenue threshold in the last year. A minimum revenue threshold. So they have to make a certain amount of money. Okay, that's actually good. That's good. That means, this basically means if you are an indie developer and you're making your first video game using Unity, you don't have a lot, chances are you don't have a lot of money. You literally have a shoestring budget. Probably only like, 5 people or maybe a dozen people made the game over the course of like 2-3 years or whatever. And you don't have a whole lot of money, and you're going to sell the game for cheap on Steam for like $6.99 or $8.99 or $10 or something, And, that's basically it. So you might not hit a revenue threshold, so you might not owe Unity anything. So that, to me, is a good thing. Okay, number 2. The game has passed a minimum lifetime install count. We set high revenue and game install thresholds to avoid impacting those who have yet to find scale. This describes exactly what I just said. This is just saying it in a different way. Meaning they don't need to pay the fee until they have reached significant success. Yes, so that means they're taxing the rich developers like HoYoverse while not affecting or not impacting the indie developers. That's the idea behind this. Only games that meet the following thresholds qualify for the Unity runtime fee. Okay, here we go. Here are the numbers. Show me the money. Here we go. Unity Personal and Unity Plus. Those that have made $200,000. Wow. Or more in the last 12 months. Okay, so you have to... So your game has to have made $200,000 in the last year. And have at least 200,000 lifetime game installs. So they're assuming $1 for the game. Is that what that means? They're literally equating one install to like $1. That actually doesn't seem that bad when you think about it. Like $1 is the fee. Unity Pro and Unity Express. Those that have made $1 million or more in the last 12 months and have at least 1 million lifetime. Okay, again, it's still, guys, it's still like $1. It's still $1. $1 million for 1 million installs is $1. Like, wait, what's the difference? Oh, wait, no. And wait, what? Those who have made... Oh, this is Unity Personal and Unity Plus. Oh, okay, I see. So, oh, you know what this means? This means if you're paying for, like, if you're a developer and you're paying for Unity Pro or Unity Enterprise, which are the more expensive versions, if you're not making $1 million in a year for your game, you don't have to pay the tax. So I don't know what the cost difference between Unity Personal and Unity Pro is, but I would assume that it has to be a significant difference in price because this is a much higher threshold to hit than this one. So it doesn't actually seem that bad. So far, none of this sounds bad to me. Starfield on my 22 watts, I could take my AIO and play the game. Yeah, so the problem with mine is I haven't, because I update the BIOS all the time. Well, I say all the time, but I updated the BIOS to the latest one, and it basically, you know, resets all the settings. And I don't have the profile set. But yeah, I'll eventually look into optimizing the 7950X. I might have to ask you a couple of questions about that. BattleBit Remastered will have an oof price tag from Unity. 1.8 million copies at $15 US each. Well, that means, yeah. So the ratio will probably scale that, yeah. Flexibility and discounts for Unity Personal, Pro, and Enterprise. See, I don't know what the pricing is on any of these. I don't know what the difference is, but this is significant, though. This is significant. This means if you use the cheaper version of Unity, and let's say you make a game using Unity Personal, and your game makes you like $5 million or whatever, you know, in a year. Let's say it like makes $5 million in a year. That means you'll owe like way more, I think. Then, well, no, you don't owe more. You just have to pay like sooner. You hit the threshold way sooner than you would if you were on the Enterprise Edition, I guess. I mean, that's what that sounds like to me. Okay. But this is interesting. So, I mean, so far... Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Oh, no, that's just the revenue threshold. Do we know what the price is? Oh, wait. New installs per month. Standard rate. Oh, wait a minute. Is this like the last 12 months? So this is kind of the new one, then? Standard rate if thresholds are met. So, new monthly installs. 1 to 100,000 is 15 cents per install. For Unity Pro. For oh, okay. Oh, these are the prices. Okay, so 20 cents per install for the Personal and Plus. And then Pro goes lower. It goes lower and lower and lower the more you go. So this is almost like this is a way for Unity to make money off of the people who are developing using the personal and the plus, and they're trying to sidestep the cost of Unity Pro or Enterprise, because those are the ones who are going to be impacted. They won't have to pay as much as the people who have the really, really big, successful games, and because those are probably on Enterprise, or if they're not, they probably should be. I cannot imagine Genshin Impact being made using Unity Personal. Like, that's probably not how they made the game. It's probably on Pro or Enterprise. Fee reduction for use of Unity services. Qualifying customers will be eligible for... So far, this doesn't really seem that bad, but, like, everyone's talking about how the CEO, like, it was mentioned earlier that the CEO sold shares of his stock because after this announcement went live. That's just market uncertainty. New installs per month, 1 plus emerging market rate. Oh, okay. So it also depends on the region. So this is... Do they talk about where this is? Okay. Monetization between more established regions like North America and Europe versus emerging gaming regions such as India. A breakdown of... So hold on a second. Wait. They better charge the Chinese developers like the same as the North America and Europe, because I feel like the Chinese developers are making the most money off of Unity. If you look at all the games that are coming out of China, especially the ones that are all roadmapped, I don't know if all of those are in Unity. Probably a good chunk of them are, though. Like, those are making, like, the most by far. Like, in terms of the actual popularity and the actual, like, active user, concurrent user counts, those numbers are insanely high. They probably have a negotiated deal with Unity. Yeah, that's true. It's possible. But I do think that they're trying to piggyback on the success of some of these games that are like really, really successful and they're made in Unity. And can you really blame them for that though? When you guys look at like Genshin Impact and how commercially successful that game has been, and how commercially successful it still is, even almost after 3 years, can you really blame Unity when they see like those kind of numbers? There's an updated post on their Twitter. Oh. Yeah, I'll have to look that up later. Free reduction, new services and tools. No seat price changes? No seat or no set price changes? Do they mean set price changes? All Unity plans will get Unity Sentis. I don't know what that is, which enables it to embed a running AI model in the runtime inside your gamer application without needing to pay additional. Okay. Unity Personal will include the Unity asset. Okay, they're talking about the things that they're adding to it to try to justify this cost. Oh, seat prices per developer. Oh, okay. Okay. So that's not changing. Finally, Unity is being retired for new... What? Oh, Unity Plus is being retired. September 12th, effective today, Unity Plus is retired. To simplify the number of plans we offer, existing subscribers do not need to take immediate action and will receive an email mid-October with an offer to upgrade to Unity Pro for 1 year at the current Unity Plus price. Okay. I mean, I guess. I mean, that's better than, like... Well, here's the thing, though. If they don't do that, if they don't upgrade, then what happens? Do they get downgraded to Unity Personal? I'm assuming that's what happens. Otherwise, that or their entitlements for the license just straight up go in hibernation, and then they just lose access to the updates. So that's kind of, you know, that's kind of how that works sometimes, and that could be bad. But we'll see. I feel like this to me seems fair, because when you think about how much money certain developers make on a monthly, not even an annual basis, just on a monthly basis for what they're actually selling. They make a lot of money. And Unity's like, hey, you guys made this game that you're making all this money with using this tool, and they're still using the tool because they're having to update their game. So it's an ongoing thing. So it's kind of like it's kind of a weird way to sidestep a revenue share without doing a revenue share, because they're doing it like a fixed per install, which to me seems fair. The only scenario where this is kind of gets really bad for the developer is if they encounter somebody playing their game who installs the game on multiple devices for one person, like in the scenario that I described earlier. So other than that, I don't really see anything wrong with it. I mean, I get it. I understand why they're doing it. Developers obviously aren't gonna like it, but it's some developers can afford to pay it. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I know it's a bad thing for the indie developers, but you know, all the big, let's put it this way, all the big successful mobile games today, not all of them, but a lot of them started out as a small indie developer. The best example I can give you, and I always use Genshin Impact as the example, because A, it's made in Unity, B, they started out really small, like a decade ago, with some obscure games that never really caught on until they finally made like Honkai Impact 3rd, and that was the game that actually like became commercially successful. There was another one, I forgot. I looked up the history one time, but you know, Genshin Impact basically ran away with the mobile market in terms of how successful that game was. So. And Unity recognizes that, and they want a piece of that pie, ultimately, and rightfully so, because if a game is making, like, $50 million in 1 month, you know, they can afford, like, considering how many installs on a monthly basis, the game is not growing that much in terms of popularity, but, you know, it's a one-time charge, so it's not really going to hurt them too much. Because they're making so much revenue from the actual game, like on a bi-weekly, tri-weekly, monthly basis, etc. So, see, I don't play a lot of gacha games, but this game on screen right now, this is a Unity game. And it runs really well. But it makes sense for HoYoverse to have to pay for all those installs because they're updating the game. They're getting updates from Unity. The developers are improving the engine. They're adding new features. They're doing all this stuff. It's like they should have to pay. It's a one-time deal. The fact of the matter is, if you make a game that has recurring revenue, whether you're selling in-game cosmetics, in-game items, you're making your game pay to win, or you're just straight up doing gacha or loot boxes or something, you're not really going to be that negatively affected by this in the long run because you're basically making back all that money by doing your gacha thing and your loot boxes and whatever. You see what I'm saying? So, at the end of the day, I don't really see it as a problem. For the large developers, at least. Like actual person on the project. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. I was just rereading the same. I thought that was a new comment. It's funny how Sid was saying that Unity stock plummeted. As you chug down the tea, its spicy taste sets your throat ablaze. That sounds, you know, very wonderful. That's just great. At least the world has become quiet again. But see, like, the fact that this game has so much content, like, being added every... Like, look at this. This event that I'm doing right now in this Unity-made game is only going to be available for 3 days and 4 hours remaining. So it has so much FOMO. There's so much fear of missing out with these sort of games, and I don't know why, but Unity seems to be the one that has like all these different type of games. They keep you playing the game, so it's like they're not really being impacted because it's like the game was installed one time and you know that's it. So I think it's okay. And with that, that's the oh whoa, what? Something is wrong. Shooting a question. Wait, what? You, at the moment, you realize that something is wrong. Shooting a questioning glance. Oh boy, hallucination. He drank a hallucinogenic. But the thing is, if you basically it's saying as long as you make a good game, you're not really gonna be affected. If your game is like struggling, if you're just having a hard time gaining people to like play the game and stay playing the game, assuming it's some kind of live service game, it's tough. Because man, like I really feel like the mobile market is so saturated, and I'm saying that as someone who doesn't play a lot of mobile games. Have you started a playthrough of Ghostwire Tokyo? I don't even have the game. No. I probably won't even get the game unless it's like on some kind of Steam sale or something. I won't have that game for a while. There's just too many games. There's too many games that I'm planning to play. The next one on the list is Lies of P. I'm like a little more than halfway through Fires of Rubicon. I played quite a bit of that off stream earlier this week. I'm like somewhere in the middle of toward the end of chapter 3 in Armored Core, and that game has 5 chapters, and I'm almost done with chapter 3. So I'm kind of going through that game. I wanted to play Dark Souls Remastered on stream, but I don't think there'll be time for that. Unless I do it tomorrow. Because I wanted to go back and play the old OG, like the best game of all time, supposedly. AKA Dark Souls 1. And this is not going to work, is it? There's only 2 lanes. Someone's going to have to go the long way. Or someone's going to have to go the really, really short way. I don't know how I'm going to make this work. I guess this one can go like this. But then it has to go... Whoops. It has to go like that. Apparently that was the most optimal path. Okay. Cuphead is Unity and huge. Yeah, Cuphead is a good game. That is a good game. But there's too many good games. Like Lies of P. I'll be streaming Lies of P. And then we've got Lords of the Fallen. Now, Lords of the Fallen might be the best or the worst. It remains to be seen. Of the Souls-like games that come out this year. There's really only 2... Well, okay, there's... No, never mind. Never mind. Forsaken, or what's it called? Bleak Faith Forsaken is probably the worst. So, and that's an indie game. I don't know if it's made in Unity, but that was an indie game, and that one was really bad. So, but it was only made by like I think 2 or 3 people, so you can't really blame them. But it's still, yeah, no. It felt like a alpha test of a game or something in the end.
Regardless of the IPC's wishes,
Slay the Spire as well. See, I don't know what that is. I've never heard of that game.
Mr. Yun Feng from the Heron Express sees Psy Cranes as family. And he said
Am I almost done with this thing? I feel like... Store index. Okay, there's only 1 left. So we're at 9 out of 10. We're getting close to this event. I need to finish this event before, you know, the end of the weekend or something. Yeah, we'll do that. And then, can I put one of these things on here? No, that doesn't fit on there? Does this fit on there? No. It's an indie game. Is it like a mobile game? Or when you guys mention these games, I don't know if you're talking about mobile games, or if you're talking about like actual PC games. Sons of the Forest was pretty good. That game was like early access earlier this year. I don't know if it's still early access. Wait, I gotta put 3 of those? 6 of these and 9 of those? Huh. This is weird. Like, what? There's no mat. There's no mat to put these things on. How are you supposed to put these things down? Oh, they just go like that? Oh, these go on here. Okay, I think I figured it out. So you just do that, and just do this. And then you do... You just basically just do that. There you go. That was easy. Once you figured it out. PC game? Oh, that's a PC game? So I don't play a lot of indie games, as you guys can probably tell. I play mostly action games. If I'm not playing Star Rail is becoming like the one game that I continuously play over a long period of time. Because I'm not really playing an MMO right now. Although I would like to play an MMO, there just isn't really any new ones that are out. And I don't want to play Final Fantasy XIV because it's the game right now. There's literally like nothing in the game. It's basically, you know, it's what I consider out of season. In terms of how I classify it. Can I stack this on here? You know what? I wonder about something. Can I do this? Ooh, I can, okay, I can do that. I need to rotate this. I don't think this is gonna work. Wait, whoa. I didn't want to do that, but it actually does that. That's interesting. So I can do, what is this, 2, 4, 6? I need, like, more of those. So I need to do this, that, and then there, see? Inventory management. You're doing inventory management. One thing that surprises me about this game is, at first I thought, you know, this game's going to get really boring and stale because they're going to run out of things to have you do for their limited time events. But somehow, they continuously surprise me in terms of what they come up with. Like, now you're doing inventory management for a city that's going to lose its business district because, like, the government's going to come in and take over because, you know, they're not making enough revenue or something in their tourist industry and blah, blah, blah. And you got to go and figure out how to fix that with city planning. It's like, they deal with some interesting themes in the game that I'm like, I would have never expected them to go there with some of this stuff, but it's interesting. Like, whoever Hoyoverse has as their, like, their writing staff and their planner for, like, events and stuff, man, these guys are really on the ball because they are releasing content that is relatively fun at a breakneck pace, and I don't know how they continue to scale. Because oftentimes when games get really, when developer gets really, really big, you know, usually something bad happens and it just kind of like falls, it gets knocked down a few pegs. But I don't really see that happening here. So, very surprising stuff. I need to do, what, this one? Culinary, what is that? Oh, just talk with her.
To reward you and Su Shang for your long hours of
All right. How long you think Star Rail will last for? No, it's gonna go for more than 3 years. Genshin Impact is gonna be at least 2025. And then they'll probably... So, Genshin Impact next year is the Fire Nation. And 2025 is the Frost, the Ice Nation. So if they go beyond 2025, and I'm pretty sure they will probably go Canria, which is like the non-elemental, which will be like the final nation in the sky. And then after that, that'll probably conclude the current story arc. So they'll probably just introduce a new story arc. Star Rail, same deal. Like, they're gonna go long runtime in terms of all this stuff. Fire Nation going to genocide the air. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Genshin Impact is. Like Marcelo or someone was joking about Avatar Airbender with like Genshin Impact, because the way I made it sound. But no. It's their story is pretty good. Like Genshin Impact, well, okay, not just Genshin Impact, but this game in particular, Star Rail, has so many like One Piece, Bleach, and Naruto, and even Dragon Ball Z, like shonen anime scenarios. It's hilarious. Like, I'm like, wait, what? Man, like, these guys are devoted. These guys know what they're doing. And there's a lot of like weird references to like pop culture, which you never would have expected. So whoever they have for the localization team, that's translating all this into English or into, you know, whatever the local language is for whoever's playing the game, it's great. It's great. Like, there's a lot. Fire Nation invades Mondstadt. No, I don't know about that. I don't think that's gonna happen. Fire Nation has literally done absolutely nothing in the story so far, that you know nothing about them. In fact, the Fire Nation is probably the most mysterious nation in Genshin Impact. You've seen, like, literally nobody from that nation. As far as I can tell, I haven't encountered any NPCs. But the Ice Nation is the nation of the quote-unquote villain of the story. So the bad guys are the Ice Nation in the Genshin Impact story. Or at least one of the factions.
Even now, it's hard for me to imagine how you are going.
The mayor of this town is literally this thing. I like how they, yeah, never mind. This dude, this like the head, like this decapitated robot head is the mayor. That's hilarious. North Pole had enough of them? Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, is that a stain? I like this coat.
It never struck me that someone as humble and kind as Xiao Han would work together with the likes of Scott. Before I met Xiao Han,
This is a way for China to develop soft power, though.
overbearing and dodgy.
You know what I mean? Like,
Now I understand.
China, I think, with what I have seen with all the games that are in development from Chinese-based game studios, they're on a trajectory to success. Like, we've already seen this with the Hoyoverse games, but there's a lot of them out there.
Let's go.
We'll see what happens, because I didn't read any of those things, so I have no idea what I'm supposed to say. This could go really, really bad.
Aram Alley Commercial District. With members of all parties present, the proceedings may begin. I hereby ask all parties to submit your support documents for evaluation. The documents should include scope of business, ratio of contributions, and registered capital.
I mean, I've got this. The Skyfaring Commission. Because, like, I feel like Japan isn't that strong militarily anymore, but they have a lot of power in the world because they have a lot of what's called soft power.
Representatives of all
you know what I mean? I feel like China is doing the same thing. They're doing what Japan did in the the 80s, the 90s. Well, it kind of started in the 70s. But I feel like Japan established a name for themselves globally as an economic power throughout the 1970s, 80s, and then they had their bubble burst, their economic bubble burst at the end of the 80s, So the 90s was kind of a lost decade for them. That was kind of like their Great Depression in the modern terms. But they had a lot of soft power. They developed a name for themselves. You know, like, for instance, the anime inspiration that we see in a lot of games. All their shows, like, you know, as a kid, you know, watching Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, One Piece, etc. You know, and that still kind of holds true today. They also developed a lot of like even like Power Rangers. That was actually Japan developed Power Rangers for kids, and that just kind of like went to the West and it got real popular. So they created a lot that I think the world kind of builds off of, and that's why they have a lot of what I consider soft power. And I feel like China is now in that same mode where,
and if we're not,
they're developing a lot of these games and their media and all this stuff, and it's kind of growing. It's taking off. So the foundation. Yeah, they're developing a foundation, and I think that it's only gonna work out in a positive way for them. I hope. I mean, that way they don't have to do anything with like Taiwan, in my opinion. Like, they can just be as they are, and they can prove that they can be an economic power without even having to do anything.
Something irrelevant. I can't
just keep making stuff like this, I guess.
Please remove it.
North Pole had enough of them. Yeah. Because, you know what I wonder? Sometimes when I play games like Breath of the Wild, Genshin Impact, these big open world games that are done in that manner, where you can basically go to whatever you see in the distance, you can explore and go there without much stopping you.
Utilizing the dock, the guild managed
How come we can't see this from like a Western studio? I mean, Witcher 3 is kind of like that to an extent, but it's not. The way the game is structured is not the same. You know what I mean? I feel like the Chinese developers have a good understanding of how to make a game just fun enough where you'll, like, the person playing the game will stick around long enough without, like, losing interest. Because you can always burn yourself out and lose interest in the game.
Would have been possible without the dock.
Wrong. None of it would have been possible without winning the hearts.
I don't understand. Maybe Riot. Maybe Riot Games will make an MMO that will come out in like 2027 that will be really, really good, and it will be on par with like these type of games. But it's, I don't know. Like, basically what I'm saying is I've seen a lot of games come out from Western studios this year alone that have launched to mixed reviews in terms of how well they do at launch. There's usually something wrong with bugs in the game. There's usually something wrong with, you know, like optimization problems. Game is either too demanding for older hardware, doesn't scale down well enough, whatever the excuse may be.
The IPC seeks to unleash the full.
You don't really see that with these games from the Chinese developers, although we'll see what happens once they start making more graphically intense games. They got a people from other, what? What do you mean?
How are interastral cargo ships supposed to dock? There isn't enough room.
To address this, most of the shops will need to be relocated. The IPC will redesign the layout of the whole area to make sure ships can move in and out smoothly. We expect at least the same trading volume as Cloudford. Rest assured, all the shops that need relocating will receive
classic IPC.
The IPC seeks to unleash.
Okay, so he wants to do that,
taking full advantage of its role as a logistics center, thus transforming Aram Alley into one of the most advanced commercial ports in the galaxy.
Like this.
Take a look at this.
It doesn't do anything?
You can't just present something. I can't say what this has. The IPC seeks to unleash the full potential of the dock, taking full advantage of its role as a logistics center.
Okay, whatever. Go to the next thing.
Honorable ladies and gentlemen, is the rejuvenation that everyone has been hoping for.
They people from other MMOs working on it? What are you talking about? You mean like Riot's having Chinese people develop their MMO?
How can you be sure that everyone's vision aligns with your...
I was using a figure of speech.
That game is coming out in 2027 though, right? I think it's a while up from now. Or 2020, I think 2025 at the earliest. But more realistically, Riot's MMO is probably going to be 2027. Or the end of 2026.
Do we have any proof?
And that, honorable ladies and gentlemen, is to
take a look at this.
That doesn't prove it.
Can't
What?
just present. I can't say what this has to. And that,
What is it?
honorable
Then I
ladies
guess
and
the
gentlemen,
business poll? Yeah, the business
The
poll.
shops think otherwise.
They've got like an Ace Attorney thing going on.
According to the poll we conducted earlier with business owners, most of them have already partnered with the Merchant Guild and wish to preserve their current business model.
Father has never been the shrewdest when in agreeing with your approach. Those shops may...
Okay, so you think they don't know what's best for themselves? You think too highly of yourself? No, you think... Okay.
Ming-Shi, please share with us what the guild has in mind.
As Xiao Han mentioned, the IPC sees the dock as the most valuable asset the alley has to offer. The guild serves...
Wait, okay, we know.
Night
We already
market
know
on the
that.
Luofu?
Say what you want.
What makes you so...
Because people want it to retain its food stream.
We have proof of that?
Best
Well, I mean,
night
we
market
do.
on the
Like,
Luofu? With the
this.
IPC's...
Take a look at this.
That doesn't matter? What? Okay, the spice thing. The spice
Best
thing. It's gotta be the spice
night
thing.
market on the Luofu?
It's this
With
one.
the IPC...
Yeah, it's the
When
spices.
people
I got them
think of Farm
backwards.
Alley,
I keep doing
they
it like...
think about its food.
I have these in the wrong order for some
Organized
reason.
a crossover between the Merchant Guild and Spices Supreme.
Maybe they have people working on the MMO from that have worked on other MMOs. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they have people that have experience working on previous MMOs.
Twice as many customers as
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if
shows that food is
Riot
still a
poached,
reason
like,
why
the
people
best,
visit Alley.
some of the best developers from, like, the original WoW Classic that left Blizzard.
The revival you and our approach protects the...
That concludes our discussion.
So this event has like a mixture of Phoenix Ace Attorney influences and then like city planning projects. Like what? Like who thought up that? That's not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. Like
Sorry.
it's a little bit long though. My problem with the events in Star Rail compared to Genshin, these events are long. It takes a long time.
Do you think the guild...
But I guess their whole idea is you're not
Anyway,
You're not supposed to play the whole event in one sitting, though. It's supposed to be done over the course of several days. So you're trying to grind and get everything done in a fixed amount of time, then it's gonna be rough. Yeah. Okay, so they got the thing. We lost. We won. What did they do? They just voted on it or something? I'm legit gonna be late. What type of response is that? See what I mean? See how they like? Do you see the text response? I'm legit gonna be late. Like, clearly they have a good localization team working on this game.
Dumplings and steamed buns.
Well, it's a Unity game, guys. Like, what else can I say? Riot is owned by Tencent, and Interactive is Chinese as well. Yeah, but it's...
You're here.
Yeah, but I think a lot of the decisions made for the game are still done independently of Tencent. Like, Tencent probably has ideas for how to grow the business, like, from a scale perspective, but I think that ultimately, like, the Riot Games is still heavily the ones in control of how they're developing the game. I don't think Tencent has a lot to say in that. I think Tencent recognized the business opportunity there, and that's the reason why they have ownership of the company like that.
And that's why I plan to.
But Tencent makes a lot of games too, though. You know, Tencent puts out a lot of games.
I hope I can.
Alright, that's complete. Is that everything? See, and you even get the audio song. You get the music of whatever this place is, I guess. Is this gonna be permanently in the game? I hope so, because why would they remove this area after the event? I hope it stays in the game.
Guess we can say that's it for today's episode. Be eager to help those in need.
Okay, so I finished.
It feels surreal that every. Sure, there were. I say virtually because of.
Cheaters won't prosper if Scott has turned out to be Sashin's superior.
Then the IPC would have been taking all that. And... I guess.
Man, see what I mean? Lots of dialogue, and it's all voiced dialogue too. There's so much, and they just keep adding more and more stuff. So, how can a little indie game compete with something like this?
The Merchant Guild will always pay you what you deserve. Go and claim your Merchant Guild benefits.
What do I need to do? Nothing. One remaining quest. 50 boxes. Now I need to put more? Do I do that? I gotta fit more. Oh wait, no, I gotta put, no, remove this. What does this do? No, I don't need that. I just need 50 boxes. Oh, there you go. Wait, what? There you go. I did 51. I did 51 boxes. Wait, you can still earn more through inventory arrangement. Really? So, just put this stuff on there? There. Okay. See, it just keeps on going. So we're done with the main story. So I've reached level 30. So see, now here's where they try to... Okay, this is how they try to get you... This is how they try to make money. Because someone who's playing free-to-play... Like right now, I have not purchased the Battle Pass. But I hit level 30 on the Battle Pass. At level 30, if you pay for the Battle Pass, you gain access to Treasure of the Starry Seas once you hit level 30. And at that, you get to choose a weapon. You get to choose one of these 4-star weapons. But the way that they made these 4-star weapons, these 4-star weapons are very pay to win. Because even though they're purple, they're not legendary orange. They are, like, they have the same stats as a 5-star, either a 5-star gacha weapon or a 5-star, like, free-to-play weapon. So that's kind of pay to win in my mind. Because you can literally just, like, buy the Battle Pass and get one of these weapons, and then you have a weapon that's as good as a 5-star, even though this is labeled as a 4-star. So, plus, like, if you pay for the Battle Pass, you get all this extra, this whole second row. Anybody who's familiar with mobile games or gacha games, like Fate Grand Order, Genshin Impact, you know, etc., they all have these Battle Pass games. Tower of Fantasy also killed off their player base because A lot of the people that first played Tower Fantasy came over from MMOs like WoW. And Tower Fantasy is actually, it's an MMO, but it's like a hybrid. Because it has a battle pass. It has a gacha that changes every, 3 weeks or so. So, that kind of alienated, I guess, a lot of the people who played MMOs and went to go play that game. So, what mouse do I have? Man, I feel like I'm getting like deja vu because I've answered these questions on previous live streams. I feel like I'm some kind of like big streamer personality or something because I'm getting all these like what monitor, what mouse. So the mouse, I forget the name of the model. Actually, no, hold on. The mouse is right here. It's a G600. Yeah, it's a G600. Logitech G600. It's an MMO mouse. It's the mouse that has all the buttons on the side. There's like 12 buttons on the side. I use it. I used to use it primarily for Final Fantasy XIV. It's an MMO mouse, I guess. That's one way to put it. Salute in respect. Mourn in silence. Wait, when the chaos fell quiet, no one came forward to claim these goods. Mourn in silence. As you inspect these items again, you realize that they are no longer a scattered bunch of boxes, but a great monument. No one can remove a single stone from this great monument. Was I supposed to get like a... Was I supposed to do something with this? Like, did I mess that up? I guess I messed up. You should ask... Would I need a mouse with all those buttons for an MMO like 14 or just a mouse with 2 buttons? Huh? Well, I mean, it depends on how you play the game. If you're somebody who wants to remap like all your keys on your keyboard so that they fit like abilities on the hotbar, then you can do that, but I would rather not do that. See, the reason why I use the MMO mouse is because I don't want to have to remap the default keyboard layout for the game, because I play that game on keyboard and mouse. Now that game does have pretty good, for an MMO, that game has pretty good controls on the console controller, and that's because that game was also developed for the PlayStation 3 way back in the day. So it has surprisingly good controller support for an MMO. Like, probably the best there is. But I still choose to play it on keyboard and mouse. I mean, it kind of depends. Like, some games, even though I play it on PC, I'll still end up playing the game on controller. But other games, I'll still play it on keyboard and mouse. Like, for example, Genshin, Star Rail, and Final Fantasy, I'll play that on keyboard and mouse. Baldur's Gate 3 is kind of a mixed bag. Like, I can play it on keyboard and mouse, but I can also play Baldur's Gate 3 on controller, and it works really well on controller. Wait, first time it's going to be for me for an MMO. Wait, so you never... Wait, what? So what MMO are you going to play? Alright, this guy wants me to do what again? His confidential merchandise? Top secret lookings for free but don't touch? You're gonna play Final Fantasy 14? Are you gonna play Final Fantasy 14 because I was talking about Final Fantasy 14? Wait, where am I supposed to go? Deliver the goods to the specified location? Way out there? Oh, to the crane. Mr. Who never mentioned anything about a collection. Do as he says and put down. No, take a closer look. I don't trust him. You're no Cloud9. How do you know I have the goods? I knew it was an imposter. I knew it was going to be someone we have to fight. Hold up. Turn up the audio. Alright, we're going to be using the Imbibitor Lune. First of all, he's gonna power up into a Super Saiyan 3.
Heaven's Surge.
And he's gonna gain the power of the dragon. He's gonna summon Shenron and blast them. Yeah, Dragon Ball Z style. And then Kafka shoots them? What? She shoots them with a semi-automatic? What's going on here? And then Blade's like, how dare you use up all the skill points? I can't even do my charge now. Bruh, what was that?
Awaken dormant scales.
And he's like, I'm still Super Saiyan 3.
World cleansing dragon.
See what I mean? Like, this game is over the top action. Kafka pulls out a katana. She has the curse weapon buff on it, like from Demon Souls Remake on PS5. It literally slices two of them to death. The third one barely survived. And then it's over. Man, this game is over the top. Like, they know how to do... Like, this is the thing about Hoyoverse. Hoyoverse knows how to make a game, like... They know how to make a game have style. What is wrong with all these modern games lacking style? Like, look at the outfit of the character. Like, look. You know what? I had an artist tell me one time that they were trying to, like, draw the characters in this game. And they were commenting at how detailed the clothing on the characters are. The design, the hair, the weird, like, hair pieces in the hair. The earring thing, how it's asymmetrical. The eyes, everything. Like, there's so much stuff. Look at the pattern on the dude's jacket. Only style I can think of that is recent. Yeah, it's kind of like Persona. The combat is a lot like Persona. But this game, like the character designs are like so much more detailed than even Genshin Impact. And Genshin Impact has very detailed character designs. Like, look at Kafka's, like, her jacket thing. The shirt. She's got one of those, like, Las Vegas dealer type outfits. She looks like her outfit looks like... I'm gonna say, like, the inspiration for her is, like, Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop. Because she's got, like, that Faye Valentine type of shirt, but she's wearing, like, a jacket over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, she just has that kind of vibe. Like, she's kind of like a space pirate. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys, and then they've got long-haired dude with a very effeminate hairstyle. Like, he literally has Sophia from Soul Calibur 6's hair on his... It's kind of like he's like an elf from Lord of the Rings or something, but without the elf ears. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then look at the clothing. Like, what is this? The pattern in the shirt, like there's an inner shirt. He's dressed up like he's Anakin Skywalker, but only he's not a Jedi. Because he fights with a, you know, like a, what, he can like materialize that sword or whatever. And then this guy, the new guy. This guy's got like deer antlers coming out of his head, and he's got elf ears. He literally looks like he's Elrond's cousin from, like, the First Age. Or whatever. This guy straight up came from the Valar himself. You know what I'm saying? Like, they've got, like, Lord of the Rings looking stuff in here. But it's definitely heavily influenced by, like, ancient Chinese aesthetics. So, it's cool, man. Like, these guys know what they're doing. You gotta give them credit where credit's due. Oh, now we gotta fly this guy around. See, now it's a mini game. You get to fly around. You get to fly around. That's cool. What do I need to do? Deliver the goods to the specified location. Descend. How do I... Oh, descend. And I don't even like Persona 5 all that much since I waited so long to get it back on launch. Oh, I need to fly high so I can avoid the, Hey, this is a cool way to look at the actual map. This game's made in Unity. Hey, I got an achievement. Take it easy, Icarus. What? I got an achievement for trying to go out of bounds. That's great. Achievement unlocked. Try to fly out of bounds. Placement in process. Do not move. Crane is returning. Okay. So now we just gotta go back and talk to the guy. Got a PS4 for the first actual launch year, then they delayed when it came out. I got it physical launch edition and the game just didn't catch me. Yeah, I remember Persona 5 because Persona 5 came out in 2017. 2017 was a pretty big year for gaming. You know, like 2017 was a relatively large year for gaming. This year is a huge year for gaming. And I guess if there was an in-between year, maybe 2020, because 2020 was Cyberpunk 2077 and Genshin Impact. Yeah, probably 2020. But nothing like this year. Like, this year is, like, way, way more. $2016 for base. You had this PFP. What's PFP? Joker PFP? Why you have what's Joker PFP? What is that? Joker from like Persona 5? And it's an animated GIF back when those were allowed. Wait, what are you talking about? 2016 for base Persona 5 profile picture. Oh. Oh, I just need to turn this in. So basically, you don't trust me, huh? Oh, okay. So, Persona 5... See, the thing... I started Persona 5 and never finished it. And then when Persona 5 Royal came out, I started Persona 5 Royal, and I never finished Royal either. Although I got further into Royal than I did with Persona 5. So I need to go back and finish that. That's a game I really need to finish, because that is actually one of the better RPGs in recent years. Like turn-based RPGs.
All is changed in the flow of time, yet
Royal gutted much of what made the game a Persona game. What did Royal change, though?
many people I converse with
Because when
are
I was
surprised
playing
I'm
Royal,
able to speak
you know,
so
I couldn't
eloquently.
really tell much of a difference, to be honest, compared to the base game. They made Royal much easier than the base game. I didn't really notice much of a difference, though. Oh, I gotta put these on the thing? Wait, what? 4, 5, 6, and then... Oh, wait, these can't go in here? Hold on. So I gotta put... this... They have a difficulty filter in them. Like there will be some point worth talking about in each SMT type game. Well, I guess I'm probably not far enough then. Ooh, I got one of these. That's how you know you're almost done? Wait, complete street side events for a total of 9 times. I gotta do 3 more events. Apparently, I am not complete a total of 4 custom orders and 2 custom orders. We're almost done with this event. I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. Yeah, 3, 4, 5. 6 things. I need to do like 6 things. Oh, we gotta go all the way to level 20 though. I mean, I could still get more. I can still get 120 of these things. Stellar Jade is the thing that you need if you want to do the gacha stuff. See, I'll show you guys the gacha. I'm sitting on 5,000 currency, plus I have 11 wishes essentially saved up for the next character. I already have this character, obviously. So he'll be gone after 5 days. He'll be replaced by a girl that is a tank. So finally, this game like desperately needs. Well, okay, I won't say desperately, because technically the protagonist is a tank, but the other tank though, you know, she's not terrible, but she's like a free-to-play character that you. She's basically the game's Amber. For those that know Genshin Impact. Persona 5 didn't have... Wait, what? Oh, you tried playing Persona 4, nearly fell asleep at the start. What's the appeal for those games aside from the OST? Persona 5 didn't really have much of that. Persona 4 was a detective slice of life story. Wasn't Persona 5 also a detective story, though? Persona 3 is your favorite because of what it handles? See, I never played much of Persona 4 or 3. I played a little bit of 3 on the PSP, but I never finished it. I played like a little bit, like the very first chapter or segment or whatever they call it of 3. I never played 4. The only thing that I've ever played with Persona 4 is the fighting game. I forgot what it's called. Persona, like whatever the fighting game was that they made like years ago. And it was a while ago. I don't even remember what year it was. But it was a long time. It was like probably like 2014 or something. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Oh, I gotta go find the, Ultra Instinct to know where I need to go. Oh. There's a remaster of the 3rd one coming next year. Yeah, and I'll definitely play it when it gets remastered. I have the very first one and the second one on PSP, but I never really played much of them. For some reason, I didn't really find them that. The first 2 didn't really seem that interesting to me. The one game they shouldn't have messed up with was SMT3 Nocturne, and they messed it up. What's your favorite Final Fantasy game? Assuming you've played the Final Fantasy, the single player games. Since you're talking about Persona, I feel like now we're talking about RPGs, like classic JRPGs. When I think of RPGs, I think of Final Fantasy, Persona, Tales of, The Legend of Heroes, and I also think of Star Ocean. those are the ones that, those are the genres, or those are, yeah, those are the different franchises that come to mind. Oh, you never played Final Fantasy? Interesting.
Hide many stories. I purposely
They're definitely different, but they are similar in some
to
ways.
slip by unnoticed.
Oh, I got something. What is this? After obtaining phone wallpapers that can be changed in the phone function. Oh wow, you get phone wallpapers in this game? We gotta add a new... Wait a minute, how is this guy... Oh wait. This is unlock a new route? Who's gonna go this way though? This is weird, like, I gotta make this... I gotta make the fish go the wrong way. The fish has to go like this? No, he can't go that way. He shouldn't go that way. He should go this way. Oh no, he can't do it. Okay, so he has to go... He shouldn't do that. He should just... No, wait. Whoops. How is that supposed to go? No, that's not gonna work. Alright, we have to delete all the paths. Delete this one, start all over. So this guy is gonna have to go... Oops, he's gonna have to go like this. And then the fish goes this way. Oh wait, no. Well, yeah, he has to go that way. And then this thing has to go the long way. The route can be further optimized to obtain a higher score. So this is not the optimal path. This is not. I have to get to like 60. First time you played Persona was when I could emulate it. Dragon Quest II never had a console to play it. And oh yeah, I've never played Dragon Quest. That's like the one classic RPG series that I've never played a single Dragon Quest game. And I don't even know why. Alright, that's 23 of the points. It's not a very high score. And then this is gonna go... Oops. I feel like this is... Can he go like this? That's still only 50. I need 10 more. So... Hold on. What if I just make this guy go like that? That's 43. But then make this guy, make the fish go this way? $59? I don't see a more optimal way to go unless... Wait, do I need this thing? Unlock a new route. Advantage and logistics score rewards after completing. Do I even need to go there, though? Like, can I just go... like... that? That's 61. Isn't that better? Like, what does this do? Oh, that's a thing? Okay, hold on. Alright, whatever. Do that for now. I gotta do those bird events. Apparently that's what I need to do. Phone wallpaper? I can change the phone wallpaper. Okay, so they added that. They're slowly making this game gain parity with Genshin Impact in terms of the functionality. What's your opinion on farming life games? I don't really play a lot of them. I know about them, like Harvest Moon, like on the GameCube. And what was that other one? Like Rune Factory, I think was one of them. Like, I'm not too familiar with them. I don't really play a lot of those type of games.
Water keeps the clouds soft.
This guy can like, whoa, this dude can do this? That's cool. You are a crane. Is it north or south? Who am I? Where am I? You are a crane. Have you seen my partner? What does your partner look like? You're a crane. You can send him your coordinates. Oh boy. You think Animal Crossing is more like The Sims? Isn't Animal Crossing one of those? Yeah, it kind of is. I mean, see, the thing is, those games are all kind of similar in some aspects, but I think the main difference is The Sims and Animal Crossing is more like... I think the focus is more on the interaction of the actual characters, whereas... well, no, I mean, I don't know, because Harvest Moon... Oh, yeah, that's the difference. You're not really, like, having to build all this stuff. There was a game that I just thought of, but now I forgot what it was. That makes you think of it. Like, I can't remember the game. Maybe Space Engineers? But no, Space Engineers is completely different. That's like a survival exploration type game. Like those Sword Art Online single player RPGs that are, well, no, those, never mind, those are just RPGs. Forget what I was thinking of. There was some, like The Sims and Animal Crossing. Oh, Stardew Valley. Like, what do you guys consider Stardew Valley? Is Stardew Valley more like Animal Crossing? Well, no, I think it's more like Harvest Moon. Like, you're more concerned with micromanaging a lot of the, like, the farm and stuff. More so than just maintaining the health of the actual characters. Like in The Sims. What? How do I end up in a battle?
Inevitable.
Time to say bye. Boom. Relax.
What time is it? Yeah, I think we're gonna end the stream. As soon as I'm done here, we're probably gonna close the stream. But tomorrow will be Lies of P, or I don't know. If it's not available, then it'll be Dark Souls 1. Or maybe Fires of Rubicon. Maybe Fires of Rubicon. I haven't played in a while, in a couple of days, and I need to try to finish that game. I feel like I've just been rushing through Armored Core 6, though. I haven't really done a whole lot. Besides just rush through all the story missions one after another. Because it's kind of like Lies of P, I need to get my practice in. I'm so out of practice on that type of game. Because I haven't touched Wolong's Fallen Dynasty in months. The last time I played Lies of P was the demo, which was back in the summer, back in like June, before Final Fantasy 16. So technically, yeah, I haven't practiced, and you gotta have like your reflexes ready and stuff in that game, because that game's gonna be tough. I watched a couple of reviews for Lies of P, and they said the game's hard. Like, one person said it's like the hardest game they ever played. And a lot of people are saying it's as hard as Sekiro in terms of challenge. The thing is, these guys that say this, like, the only reason why a lot of people consider Sekiro so hard is because Sekiro didn't have summons. You couldn't summon NPCs to help you. Alright, let's try making this path better. Wait, we gotta get a score of 90? Okay. So now we just go like this. 82. What? The fish went too far to the back. The thing is, somebody's gonna have to go this way, because there's only 2 lanes on the northwest. How about this? How about we just do... How do I delete this? Delete all of it. Start over. So basically, the fish... The fish will go like this. Whoops. The fish will go to the middle. No. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. The fish should not go down. This thing will go like this. See, someone's gonna have to go the long way. And the teapot is not gonna benefit from doing that. That means that the fish has to do, like, everything. I feel like this is so suboptimal to do this. It's no, no, it's not gonna work. Maybe just go like that, and then this guy. See, he has to go... 88, almost. So somebody needs to go a different route. Games are better when you don't finish them? No, I don't know about that. I don't think I would say that. Why is this so bad? Like, why am I not able to... See, that teacup going that way makes the most sense, but maybe the teacup needs to go this way. Oops. That's already almost like 50 of the whole thing. So then the fish can take all of this? Nah, because this guy's not gonna reach. See, that's no. See, this is dumb. Like this. There, and then this. Wow, this is tough. Yeah, this is... No, this is not good. 70, that's even worse. So basically, the... Here, get rid of all of this. The teacup has to do what I said. It has to go... Grab all of this, go around, and then come up there. And then this thing, the fish? No. The fish just goes straight like this. And then this thing... 84. There was one that was like 88. Do I need to get this to be 90 though? No, let's just see. What happens if I just do 90? Or 88? Like, what do I get? Do I just straight up get the reward regardless? Complete a total of... I've done everything, so apparently I didn't even have to do 90. Okay. Complete a total of 2 custom orders. Complete a total of 4 custom orders. Complete an order of 7 custom orders. Now, how do I do that? This? No, this is planning. This? Oh, I guess I gotta do these. Okay. Did that count? That didn't count. What? So what am I doing wrong? Like guild intelligence? Store index? Oh, I gotta do these things. Wait, what do I need? Outward culinary? It's... Oh, this? Custom orders? Oh, I'm supposed to be doing this? Some completely other thing that I had no idea what this was. Wonderful. Stack goods. Okay. Have at least 16 goods. Oh, okay. You gotta do 16 goods. Oh, wait. Don't do that. You know what? What? I need one more? Oh, you know what? You need to arrange this in a line. You gotta do that. And then 2, 3. How am I stuck at 15 on each of them? Yeah, something... Hold up. Oh, man. I can't put anything on the chair. The chair's like the last one. Large, small, no, all. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm supposed to put... No. You gotta put these first. And then you gotta put... Wait, what? I can't get 6 more items though, that's not right. So you gotta do this, that's not right. You gotta turn it around. I hate how it defaults to that. Because that's not how it's supposed to go. Okay, now... This? This is a yellow. You can put a chair on here. But that doesn't really mean anything. I need 3 more. Two more. Oh, so the chair has to go on a yellow? So this can go here, that can go there, but then I need a yellow. Did I arrange this in the wrong order? I feel like I should have stacked something else on here, like these things. No, wait, those don't go on yellow? What? So I can put a chair, I can put this. Oh, I see. Okay, so I can put a chair, but I can't put anything on top of the chair. So that's like the very last item. I feel like if I do this, I'm limiting what I can do. So this can sit. Wait, oh, that is a yellow. Again, I'm stuck with like not being able to put. Oh wait, you know what? That can go there. This can go on a single yellow. This can go there. I figured it out. Yeah, okay. Wait, what am I doing? How do I know if I've done... Oh, I've completed that. I completed this one. Fill up the freight star skiff as you wish. Wait, that is a yellow? Are you trying to 100% this? Well, I'm trying to 100% the event, yeah. That goes on there. This goes on there. This goes on there. Oh, wait, you know what? This one makes more money to put that one there. In fact, this... Alright, whatever. Yeah, I'm almost done. I'm done with the story. I just need to finish all of these things. How come it doesn't have... Oh, it is showing it. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna go through the list. This is the only thing left that I have to do. I just have to finish this list. Have at least 9 large goods. Large. 9. Okay. Wait, this is a 4x4. Okay, this is a square. So we can put this here. Oh wait, I can only do 4 of these? Does that count as a large good? I don't think it does. This is considered small? So you only want to really use these. I mean, I can put this guy. I can put the armored core somewhere. I need yellows for that thing, though. This is a large? This requires 4. Oh, you know what? I messed up. Okay, I got it. Wait, I can only put 1? How come there's like a spot for an... Oh, you know what? No, but see, now I can... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got it. Okay. I can put that like that. Now I need 5 more items. I can't put the big guy, though. I can put 3 of those. I need 2 more large. So now we gotta bring in... Put this somewhere. Wait, these aren't even... Are those large? Yeah, yeah, they are. That's 6? I can't put that thing anymore? Large. I feel like I need to use this guy. Or I need to use this. Oh, that doesn't go on green. Wait, what? Oh, you know what? Hold on, look, check this out. I can do that. Well, that doesn't do anything though. Does that help? It doesn't help in any way. Like, I mean, I'm just gonna put these things like this. I feel like I'm gonna have to put the big guy in the middle. Like, he's gonna have to go like here, and then this has to go here, that has to go there, and then I don't know where the other stuff's gonna go. Like, that's gonna go there, that can go there, that one can go in the corner. I need 1 more large item. Oh, I need to form a thing for, like... I need to create... Where's this gonna go? I need 3 more large, but why? What am I gonna do with this? This, that. I don't have enough. Oh wait, does this count? That doesn't count. Wait, literally, I have to use this? Set. I feel like this isn't gonna work. This is not creating the right shape. This one's tough. Alright, wasting time. Wait, they want me to... What? Oh. Basically, they do this in a circle. Okay. I did that in an earlier one. So that guy needs to go in the yellow. So he goes in the middle. And then these... Oh wait, no, this... Anytime now, that needs to go on there. Alright. And then that... Does that even... That's not a large, though. Does that count? You were just typing the solution? The thing in the middle didn't actually count, actually, now that I realize it. I could have put the big guy in there and it would have been the same. Have at least 26 goods. 26 goods? Oh, okay, I think I learned a little trick. You gotta do the, you know, this thing, I guess? Oh, wait, no. No, because this thing is the top. Like, you can't put anything on top of that. So I guess we do... We could do 8 of those. Wait, why did it stack them like that, though? That's 14. I need 12 more. So in that case, we're going to go with this. And then... 10 more goods. Hold on. I'll put that there. Alright, that's... That, I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think you just do it like this. Oh, wait. Huh? I need 3 more. Wait, what? Oh, I can't put that there? Wow. Anytime now that can go back there. Wait, no. 4 more. Oh, wait a minute. Oh wait, this is a yellow. So should I remove these? Two more goods. I need 1 more good. What can this needs 3. Oh wait, hold on a second. Does that go on there? That can go on there? No, that can't go on there either. All right, in that case, will it fit? Oh, I need I need something to go on yellow. Alright, remove these. That only counts as 1 item. Oh wait, these aren't the right elevation. I see. Two yellow. So now I can do... What? I'm out? Have you tried the Razer Naga? No. I don't use any Razer products. I just never have. Man, what is up with this? Alright, give me the answer. This is annoying. Okay, I would have never figured that out. So they want you to put 4 mats. And then... Wow. Just unload everything. Just unload. They want you to put 4 mats. And then... This thing is covering both. You put a rug on a rug. Except for the front. In the front you put 2 of these things. And then what? And then... Oh, okay, and then just this. Wow. Alright, there's only 4 left. We're just gonna look... As soon as the answer pops up, I'm just gonna look at the answer. This is taking way too long. Fill up the freight as you wish. Okay. Do we want to go with yellow or do we want to go with green? I guess we'll go with yellow. The yellow circle? Or do we want to go with like a green in here? And what do they want to do? They just put 4 of this guy and call it a day? What? Alright, well, I'm just gonna put... Oh, okay, so this is basically like a freestyle. You just do whatever. And then... 2 of these. 1 of there. That was just basically open, like you just do whatever, okay. Hold on, am I not getting... Do I need to be getting like a certain percentage though? That's what I'm afraid of.
The most important part of an automaton is its head.
Alright, that's that, that's that. Am I done? Oh no, 1 more. Complete a total of 7 custom orders. I just gotta do 1 more custom order. I don't even have to do the last one. Oh, actually, I do have to do the last one. Because I need to get to level 20 in the thing. Achieve a order profit of 18,000. This is a huge one. What? 18,000, okay. Alright, well, might as well just do all of them. Have at least 10 small goods. What's considered a small? How does this game always, like... How does this game always manage to troll me in such a stupid way where it's... Alright. What? How? What? Okay, I can put 2 there. They want you to stack... How do I get... there's no mats. Like... What did I do here again? I put this thing? Oh, of course they would do something like that. Wait, what is that thing? Oh, they put... Okay. Basically, you gotta do it this way. You gotta make a board, and then you have to put... They keep putting it the wrong way. The automatic is the wrong way, so it's like you always end up having to redo it. That's why it ends up taking longer. And then they put this thing here, that's funny. Alright, small, so then... There. I like how the only thing the port delivers are vases, rugs, and those drawer-looking things. Yeah, I guess it's like a furniture store or something. Alright, this is it. Fill up the freight as you wish. This is 12,000. Let's see if we can go for like a really big high-end thing. What takes up 2 of these? Oh wait, 2... This. Then I need something that goes on a yellow. That'll be those. Then I need something that goes on a green. That's 300. Okay, what's the biggest one? I guess that. 13,000. Okay. Okay, we've done every single custom order. So now if I go turn this in,
we will be needing your help again.
Is that everything?
Let's get to work.
All right, that's everything on this. Everything has a check mark and done. All right, then this one. Turn all this stuff in. Guess what? Bam, we're done. We are done, boys. Finally, this event. This is what I mean. The only thing with Star Rail is their events are very long-winded. And trying to do it in a single setting, play session, is like near impossible. Unless you just have hours to devote to it. Alright, but that's the whole event. Everything's done. Everybody's furniture got delivered. All that stuff. I got my reward. I leveled up twice from that. No battle pass. I didn't purchase the battle pass. Although I probably need to. But anyway, there you go. That's it. That is a game made in Unity. Because, see, it shows, like, they're able to make a lot of interesting different gameplay choices. Even though that's a mini-game that will go away after, like, 3 days. That event only has 3 days left. See, 3 days and 2 hours remaining. So I needed to get it done. So, alright, it's done. Now the only thing I have left to do is... I can go fight a... I don't need to fight the boss. I'm just gonna do... Just farm these things. Just max out on these. Alright, I need... Water Boy. Wind. I don't need him. Get Mr. Broken. Okay, he's there. And get me... Who else would I get? I guess... Who are we fighting again? I guess Sushang. Get in here.
Blood cleansing dragon.
Alright, let the game play itself.
The fight is set.
At least this part of it's easy. You don't really have to do anything. You just let the AI will drive it for you. You just sit back and do whatever.
Blood cleansing dragon.
You're not going anywhere.
Savor it for me.
This tune is drilled on your brain at this point. Oh, you mean the little town? Yeah. Man, that guy's got the moves. The dude with the antlers has like the coolest moves. He's got like 7 moves. Everyone else has like 2. This one guy's got like 7 moves. That, and he can do this. He can do this stuff. What? He can like dash. That's insane. All right, and he's still powered up. What? All right. Anyway, I'm so close to. I gotta wait 4 minutes. We're not waiting 4 minutes. Just do 3. I'll do that tomorrow. So this is gonna be it. We're ending this now.
Blood cleansing dragon.
Man, look at that. He just did like 2 different moves. That's a 3rd move. That guy does like everything he has. That's all he has.
You're not going anywhere.
Antlers did like 3 different moves. Okay, she did 2 moves. He did a 4th move. He just threw a rock at them. He tossed a rock at them. That was his 4th move. You see that? Okay, he repeats that one. That was like the 2nd move he did. So anyway, but see what I'm saying is this game is so like you're not guaranteed this character if you're free to play. I mean, you can get him if you really want the character. The problem is there's like no way to know when the characters are new with this, and this is true for like almost every gacha game, unless you pay attention to leaks and stuff like that. So anyway, that's gonna be it for this stream. That was a look at a Unity game, because we were talking about Unity earlier. I didn't really expect to play this much Star Rail, but at least I got the game's event done, so that was really good. You can see who's the favorite. This guy's the new guy. This guy's not my favorite character, like, just FYI. Like, but see, he's got like all these Dragon Ball Z powers and stuff. I actually think the Edgelord character is a more interesting character. But Su Shang, she's good. This guy's not. I mean, he's okay. He's okay. But he's like, you know, like swords are coming out of nowhere. I mean, that's interesting. He's got a little bit of range on those attacks, I guess. Her big baseball bat swing is really cool, though. His up slash, his backhanded slash. This guy is just straight up like making flowers come out of the ground in sub-zero temperature. But anyway, that's gonna be it for this stream. So if I do live stream tomorrow, I don't know if I'll be able to play Liza P because it will be very, very late when that game is made available for early access. So if I do stream Liza P, it'll probably be on the weekend. But stay tuned for that. And as always, guys, thank you for watching, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Take care.